But anyway,
dude, bro, that was classic. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Saturday night. That means another Modern Comic Mayhem over here on Beyond Wednesday's YouTube channel. You guys know how the show works. As the night goes on, the more and more people jump in here, and it's been a roller coaster of a month of 4-hour extravaganzas. But we've got a good one tonight, you guys. We've got a really excellent show that I'm really proud to do tonight, to bring to you guys, and with the help of my compadres here, including Josh and Joe. We have got a great guest tonight. I want to say thank you to everybody that is here live right now, everybody in the live chat. We're going to kind of remind you throughout the show that we're going to do our best to any live chat questions that we get tonight that are on topic with what we're talking about currently in any conversation. Try and get to those questions and try and ask those questions. Most of the questions we're going to be asking tonight have been sent through email, but we're going to do our best to get to you guys. Keep it on point. Keep it respectful. This is what we do, and this is what we like to do. And we get this great information from great people like Matt Nelson. We want to continue to do that. So good show tonight. Josh, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing good, sir. How are you?
Oh, bro, it's been a busy day. Hood, how you doing?
Good. Bring him on now. No, I'm just fine.
It's been a busy day. It's been a busy day. I tried to get Hood, Josh, Yee, and Nate in a pre-call thing, and we were able to pull it off halfway. Piecemeal it here, piecemeal it there. We put together a really good little show notes, and yeah, it's going to be a great show today. So we're going to start it off, obviously, you guys, with the Matt Nelson interview. We've got Matt chilling backstage. We're going to bring him on here in a second. And we also, later on in the show, have the Wizard Rewind. This week, we have a classic Wizard, that being Wizard issue 55, the amazing Fantastic Four Heroes Reborn issue that brings nothing but immense goodies, and I don't even think you know how good the goodies are yet. So that'll be fun. And then we'll end it with pickups and talking about other cool stuff that we've seen throughout the week. But the most important part of the show, you guys, is bringing on the one, the only, Mr. Matt Nelson from CGC Comics. Matt, thank you for joining us, brother.
Hey, thank you for having me on. Pleasure again.
Oh yeah, man, this is gonna be a great episode. Talking about being busy, you just got done going through a dang hurricane.
Yeah. Terrible timing. Terrible.
Yeah, man.
It's nuts.
Yeah, right before New York. But it sounds like you're doing okay. Hopefully, it didn't get hit too hard in your area. Man,
yeah, it was. Yeah, we got hit. We got hit hard. Yeah. Me specifically, I'm okay. The office is not far from me. I went and checked it out. It's fine. We'll be back in everybody will be back in the office on Monday. But in general, there's a lot of destruction, particularly a little south of us, a lot of flooding, power outage, and a number of people from CGC actually they've been affected by it the past few days. They've been trying to dig out. So we've been staying in touch and hoping the best that everybody kind of gets back on their feet as soon as possible. But yeah, totally a bit unexpected. Just kind of, just came out and boom, it was there.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of crazy videos coming out of Florida too, and again, prayers and positive thoughts to everybody out there, all the CGC employees, all of our friends out there. I know Ultra Maximus was dealing with it quite a bit. I think Ninth was out there for something, which shout out to him, and everybody that's out there right now that's dealing with it. Positive thoughts and prayers to you. Hopefully you guys didn't lose any of your great collectibles. I know that was the thing that a lot of people were stacking their collectibles in the best places. I saw Danielle, Nerdy Girl, was super worried about her stuff, and it kind of got me thinking, like, At one point, do the collectibles become such a thing, like a issue where you have to start piecemealing your collectibles out that you're going to take with you? I don't know if I could do that.
Yeah, that would be.
Bro, so I was gonna say the person that invents the waterproof slab, bro. I'm telling you.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we have New
Don't
York
steal my
Comic-Con.
idea, Matt.
Yeah.
Okay, I won't.
Ain't gonna happen.
We have New York Comic-Con coming up, you guys. So there's a busy weekend ahead. Get hit by a hurricane, then have a Comic-Con coming up immediately after. And CGC is going to be a huge part of that. And not only that you guys have that coming up, you guys announced something pretty damn cool, and that is the new CGC Comics grading guide.
Yes.
Damn cool.
Yeah, here it is right here. Yes. Very happy this is out. This is a long time in the coming. It's obviously 350
Holy
pages.
shit.
Yeah, it's this is soft cover. We got a hard cover too. In the announcement, we didn't say how much it's. We should put that in. It's $30, like $29.95 for the soft and $39.95 for the hard. So, but yeah, it's like it's got. I can't really do it justice here on the video. It's all color, glossy. There's like a zillion pictures in it. It goes over so much. How
long did it take you guys to get that thing put together from start to end? How long you guys been working on that?
It was about 6 years, and it was really just me sitting home writing. Yeah, it was just I started working on it winter of 15, I want to say. And it would go in chunks and spurts, but it was like basically got like the general concept together. Because I'd always thought about writing a book on on CGC grading. Of course, it's the pedigree book, which now more than ever is going to be part of the conversation. But we'll get to that in a minute. But so the book was kind of always like a seed there, and the timing was right. So I just started, I got an idea, I started building on it, and just wrote for years, and just kind of was like, well, this will be done when it's done. And then eventually it finished about 18 months ago, and then I thought that was the hard part. It turned out to be the easy part, because the next 18 months was like the layouts, getting gathering the pictures besides the ones I took of the comics. Getting approval for those pictures, getting all the printing lined up, the marketing, all that stuff like that. All the touches, the final edits. Oh my God! So like the past, 9 months have been just plowing through this thing. And so we initially were going to have a deadline of San Diego, but we couldn't quite make it. So I thought, well, we got one more shot this year. It's New York. It's got to be New York. So here we are. And so it's happening next week on Thursday.
What are some of the things that you are most proud about that's in this guide that you have available for people? I mean, that's the important thing to me, is I want to know from the guy who put it together what he's excited about putting in people's hands. I mean, I know there's certain things where you're probably like, how many more times can I get asked about this that are in there? but I want to know the things that you're proud of.
Well, see, this is the great part, is that I didn't talk about the book until now. So this is like all these questions are new. They might be old for a few weeks, I don't know. But no, I think the thing I'm most excited about that I think I'm trying to accomplish with the book is that it's bridging a gap of knowledge that's formed between the collectors, or just the community, and CGC, in particular the standards, but also a lot of other things. How we identify things, and then there's a lot of informative things like restoration check and evaluation for enhancement and things. So there's all these facets to it, but there's a lot of nuances to it. It's really dense. It's really, really dense. And I think, the point of it is to convey all these nuances that I think people have not learned yet, or maybe they don't know, or they want to know, and they don't, and so it's trying to just close that gap. And, because I feel like this is something that, was over 22 years, has grown into like this really big thing. And so now I think more than ever, it's important to kind of close that gap between us and the community in terms of how we grade comic books, generally speaking, but the other thing is that I put everything in there I could. Everything I thought would be relevant to grading is in there. So it is. I'm not sure. I think I got every stone. I didn't think I left any on top. We'll see.
Especially now with the influx of new collectors, and I mean, there's just been such a huge influx of people that are getting into collecting comics, not just reading comics, but a lot of new collectors. Really important to teach these collectors the ins and outs and keep them safe. And I think that these guides are probably one of the most important parts of that, especially coming from a CGC grading, who is kind of like on that top level of people that we look to get our trust for. We trust CGC grading. We trust what you guys have to say, especially you, Matt. I mean, let's be honest, we were kind of talking before the show, but you've had a long history in this game. You've been doing it since you're a teenager. We've talked for many interviews before about you growing up and working back in the days of Bill Ponsetti and being such a big part of this community. And I think it's great that you spent a lot of time on doing that. So thank you for that. That's amazing. I can't wait to get into it and nerd out. And
I can't either. And I don't know, like, it's the emotion. It's a roller coaster ride for me, because it's like, I'm writing it. I'm like, this is going to be awesome. And then it comes down to it. And I'm like, I got the craps. I'm like scared. I'm like, oh my God, what if this comes out and like, it's a disaster? It's like, you have no idea. I have no idea what to expect with this thing, but I think, I think it's going to be. I think people will like it. We'll see. We'll see next week. When they pick it up. It's there's certainly going to be a lot of reading. If they want information, it's going to be. That's the book. There's going to be plenty of information to digest. So
will it be available from CGC? Can you order it from there straight?
Yeah. So here are the details. So assuming that the shipment gets to the show all right and everything's fine, which is the last component. Again, it's been like this just crazy right up to the very end. So assuming that's all fine, everything's at the booth, and Thursday, I think officially they go on sale, I believe around 11 a.m. We'll post the time. But it's not going to go on sale online until, I believe, Monday, or right after the show. And we did that. I think it's going to be through the CGC website. I think, what is the website called? I'll remember in a minute. But it basically wanted to kind of keep it separated, because if people do online, they go and they buy it online and they show up at the show and they want to get it, and you got to balance all that stuff. So there was a lot of a lot of moving parts, I guess, with selling this thing, because we've never done this before. So I'm like, look, let's just put. So we're only bringing a certain number of copies to the show, and they sell out. If they don't, fine. But we're just not going to intermingle the online sale. So when the show's over, then everybody go online and order that. And then, like I said, hardcover, soft cover, and we'll release details and all that stuff. So after that, then it just go and order it, and ship it off to you. Got a little box for it and everything. So,
Nice.
Yeah. So just us, and we'll see how it goes. Again, I have no idea, what to expect with the reaction or the sales or anything. It's kind of fun. We'll see what happens.
Well, there's been a couple of big things that you guys have announced lately. This being obviously a huge, it's the freshest on everybody's mind. And heading into New York, it's a great thing to bring to New York, something new, something people are going to be looking for. It's exciting. But another thing that you guys recently announced that a lot of people are, of course, excited about is the new label changes. You guys are going to now start differentiating between directs and newsstands, which people have been asking for a long time, and a lot of people are excited.
I'm very happy to hear that. Yeah, I felt like that was kind of a no-brainer. It's just it wasn't a matter of if, it was a matter of when. And we very excited to get that out, especially before New York. We've been working on it the past, like all these other things this whole year, working towards this, trying to build. Just research, to do a deep dive and really look at what's out there in the landscape. And it's fascinating, what is and what isn't. And there's definitely some gray areas in there, at least some things that I think maybe had not even turned up yet. But regardless, we're putting on the label now. And so I think it's something that we've been meaning to. Go
Are
ahead.
you guys going to also is there any talk or thoughts of including things like Mark Jewelers or National Diamond variants or these type of other things that can be kind of added onto that label? Is there ways to expand it in the future or thoughts to expand what you're going to put on that?
Do you mean like in conjunction with the newsstand?
Yeah.
Oh, it'll all be on the label. Yeah.
So
yeah.
now Mark Jewelers and will be on their newsstand, and you'll differentiate from all the yeah.
Yeah, you could have Mark Jewelers, a National Diamond Sales insert, a triple cover, a newsstand edition with color touch. I mean, it'll all be on the label.
Awesome.
Awesome.
It'll all be on the label. Yeah. But the newsstand is treated kind of like a variant, whereas the Mark Jewelers is actually like a label text note. So two different fields. The label text is in the middle, and that's usually where like inserts, double covers, restorations, things like that go on. But yeah, the newsstand will be over on the side like a variant or pedigree.
Yeah. You guys ready for the influx of reholders you guys are going to be getting from all the high grade?
Yeah.
It's going to be crazy, man.
Yeah. It's there's definitely a lot to reholder. It's definitely going to take a while for the census to kind of reflect accurate numbers on this, because obviously we've graded so many books now at this point, but yeah, I think eventually, well, it's probably just like the key issues, those get graded first and the most, and so I think you'll see like the biggest, most famous newsstands are gonna we're gonna get a lot of those in, and but I think I'm excited about like the ancillary stuff, because when we were doing our research, we researched like all the companies across the board through the 80s and 90s and in the 2000s. And so we were finding all these little interesting, pockets of information about, these different companies. And so I feel like we're looking into areas that probably, I don't know, haven't really been tapped that hard for this kind of thing. And some of these companies, a lot of people might not care about as much, but the fact that it's, there's a rarity in there that kind of fits in with this different narrative about a newsstand. Could actually draw some attention to it. So I'm excited about that too, to see what's really out there. And of course, I love data, so I'm really excited to see ultimately, how rare these things are.
I like the history that it comes along with it also. Like, when you look at a lot of how they did things back then, with the date stamps and the different types of, like you're saying, all the different types of things that change all that up. It's the history of it, and I think that's the most important thing. We were talking the other day on the show about Mark Jewelers, and every once in a while you'll get those books that you'll see half of that star on that cover, and it's like instantly, okay, let's take a look in here, and a lot of people don't know this stuff, and now they're gonna be able to, people are gonna be able to tell them about it. But also, is this type of stuff also in the guide to grading? Like, are you going to be talking about that type of stuff in the guide to grading?
Oh yeah, there's a chapter on inserts in different editions, different formats, different variants, reprints, foreign editions. Those are the chapters that come after grading. So like, first there's like the history, and then the relationship between commonest, defects, and enhancement. Then you get into the CGC classifications, the labels, and the scales. Then you get into how to grade a book, and then finally you get into like the ancillary stuff about grading, which would be like your reprints and your variants and your edition, all your editions and formats and things like that. So yeah, it'll go into your Mark Jewelers inserts. I mean, it's not, that's the thing, is that, what we're talking about and 50 other things, there's books that could be written about the chapters in the book.
Yes.
I mean, like there's books upon books upon books about, you just write about inserts alone, or, foreign editions, my God, or pressing or restoration or pedigrees, which is coming. That's the next one. That's coming next. Yeah. Now that this is off my plate, I'm ready for that. And everyone's gonna be like, yeah, we'll see. So there's I touch on things. Some things the book goes deeper. The more relevant it is to grading. But things like the Mark Jewelers, it's like it's in there, but everything's in there to some degree, but it may not be as expansive. Like price variance. I mean, there's been like volumes written about price variance online, And
Yeah.
so in that regard, it's like I can't remember if I actually referenced, websites, but just, if you want to learn about price variance, here's a little, just go online and you could just immerse yourself in so much information about that kind of thing. And so I think, that, yeah, there's areas that are certainly covered and a lot of areas that need to be covered. So, I'm sure time will bring that.
You brought up the census earlier, and we get a lot of questions and talk about the census, and I think that the census is probably one of the most important things about CGC, in my opinion, is being able to have that and curate it. What's going on with the census right now? What do you think the accuracy of your guys' census is? Is it something that you guys are constantly keeping up on and keeping an eye on it?
No, we are due for an overhaul big time, and it's coming. It's not something that is a gradual change. It's kind of like a lot of components, I guess, of our website is that it's this or something that is as big as like the census that's tied to the database, or the registry sets. Like changes usually happen all at once in a big way. And so for the census, I think we met a few months ago about some basically just redoing it, just revisiting it and restructuring it, and listing things that we don't normally list, that obviously have become relevant or are relevant. So for instance, a book, now we're going to break out like the SIG series information, break out pedigrees, break out newsstands, break out, all these things that are within a book. I think restoration, something more about that. Yeah, there was all these ideas. And so the way it's going to be laid out is going to be different. So it's definitely going to give people more of a better view of the information we have in our database, because what we have is tremendous. 5 million books, and it's like we're sitting on a treasure trove of information. And so now what we've been putting our focus on the past year is how to take that information and put it to good use out there, to where people can really just digest it and get a lot more out of it. So that's what we've been working on pushing. So yeah, the census is certainly, and the registry sets as well, and a lot of other ideas. There's one there's another one I'm excited. It's coming out in December. That's about what we're talking about. That's basically going to be create a better user experience for CDC members with the information that we have access to.
Well, speaking of that, another thing that it goes along those lines, and the user experience and this data, like you said, you love the data, and the majority of comic collectors out there love data too. They love poring over the data. They love knowing that they can input their data, stuff like that. You said these online places, but another thing that they talk about a lot, we get a lot of questions and talk about, is graders notes on books. What's going on with the whole thing going on with graders notes, and how we look at them? Is there a chance for them to be on to have grader notes for every book that's graded, and then that be online at the same time? Is that something that can happen here in the future?
Yeah. I mean, things really changed in this past year. It really was interesting how things like change with the graders notes. But the end of it is that I realize that people want more notes, and that's something that I want to do, is to implement in the grading room, is to put more notes in. That's something that I think hopefully we'll be seeing at some point in the future. Because prior to that, you go back to the beginning, there were no notes were available. Right. And then they were handwritten among the graders, and it was just a way to convey information between them. And I mean, that's usually how it is in other verticals, other collectibles. They don't have grader notes like comics do. And so it became, it became a thing. People wanted notes. And so eventually they started to, then it was CGC, what's it called? Put it into a format instead of free form. It was like choosing things. And then eventually started selling notes. And so, and then all of a sudden now we're at this juncture this past year where, it was like kind of free. And then we took stuff off the label and everybody lost their mind. And then we made them totally free. And now we got the QR codes. Now we've like opened the floodgates, and now all the notes are out there, and so it's become a thing where it went from being an internal, for internal use, to now an expectation that really took over time developed into that. And so, we recognize that now. And so, yeah, people want to have notes. And I like to give them more notes. So, it's certainly something, particularly in the high grades where you can see the defects. It's not, to a grader, it's not as, they can see it. Usually notes that are more, like hidden defects or more serious defects are pertinent to the notes. So, but, we'll certainly work on getting more notes out to people now that they, obviously it's so accessible and people want. So.
It's amazing how accessible things are now with the ability to attach data to, say, like a QR code, or, the way that everything's working with the blockchain and everything like that. It's absolutely amazing. So real quick, I want to shout out to Kal-El. Thank you, Kal-El, for the $50 super chat. He says, much love, you guys. I always look forward to these shows. Well, we always look forward to doing them for you. We appreciate you guys, especially you guys that come hang out with us live. We're keeping our eyes on the live chat to bring you guys in. And also I want to bring in another one of our esteemed co-hosts. We got Richie here from Popcorn Culture. What's going on, brother?
Hey, what's going on? How you doing? How you doing, Matt? Nice to meet you.
Hey, nice to meet you.
All right, big fan.
We talked about the shortly, or a little bit ago, we talked about the foreign side of collecting, and now that CGC has become this like a place for the foreign collectors. Like, it's another tool in the foreign collector's belt, right? And you guys, we had you on a couple months back talking about what's coming, to an end here shortly, and we're gonna have to talk about it more with Josh one of these nights, and that is the huge foreign auction through Heritage. You have probably had an influx of foreign grading like you've never had before over the last couple of months, I would imagine.
Yeah, an influx for sure. I mean, it's not a wave. I wouldn't call it it wasn't like this giant cascade of foreign comics that poured down upon our heads. I think they're really tough to find. I think there's a lot of factors that go into collecting foreigns that is different from regular comics. And but no, we've certainly seen an uptick. In particular, anime, and also the Brazilian, the Golden Age. A lot of those. Not a lot. Sorry, not a lot. But compared to what I expected to see, how rare they are, we've seen pockets have come in, like chunks, and so that's been a pleasure. And I got to speak with a Kamikaze, and that was so much. It was so much fun to hear his take on their collecting those books and really just Brazilian books in general, which sound to be extremely expansive, way more than I can even probably realize at this point. So that was so it's nice to see the doors all kind of opening up, and you're starting to see become involved with the community and really see what's out there. And but yeah, it's been and of course we in the office we still geek. Stuff's coming in all the time, and it's like, look at this version. It's like, oh my god, I think there was the other day we saw a South Korean version of Spidey 300, which I'd never seen before.
I had never seen that before either. Honestly, that whole picture came about because one of our buddies, Phil, was actually just in Korea, and he was at a comic shop in Korea, and the person
found that.
The person that was at the store had that graded copy of it, and he sent me a picture, and I was like, I didn't even know this existed.
Wow, that's so cool. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, that was so cool. So yeah, so that's been a blast. I will say, what strikes me is like the toughest ones to find and grade are the Mexican editions, the Marvels like from the 60s. Those are tough. Those are really tough. They, because we get 60s and 70s, we get a good number of like German and Italian, and but the Mexican versions are very usually lower grade with lower page quality, and like really lower grade. And so yeah, that strikes me as being and then I saw that FF5 that sold at Heritage. What was it, 80, and it sold for how much did it sell for? It was a
10 grand, right? Was it 10
Yeah,
grand?
with the buyer premium, it was like just over 10 grand.
Crazy.
which is like
good.
really, I mean, is that the highest? Yeah, it's great. I mean, to me, I think that was a deal because
Mhm.
I mean, who knows how many high grade FF5 Mexican editions are out there? I mean, who knows? It could be like the highest graded one, So
With room
yeah,
to
so
grow too. With room to grow too.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
tons of room to grow.
Yeah,
So,
that's something that we were kind of talking about, earlier in the week, and the fact that, Josh was saying like the rarity of resources in some of those countries where these comic books are coming from, like just having the ability to print something on paper that's a comic book is pretty rare, and then for it to survive, the quality of some of that paper wasn't the greatest, and like you said, especially those Mexican, like the La Prensa and what's the other Mexican ones, Josh? Is it
There's Navarro.
Navarro?
Yeah, Navarro. Yeah, but like the La Prensas, those are like newspaper, man. Those are so thin.
Yeah. And the climate too. And this goes for the Brazilian books. Yeah, being so close to the equator, I guess you got higher heat. I'm assuming higher humidity in some areas, and so yeah, degradation happens faster. And a lot of the Brazilian books had the staples taken out, and I was told that that's a common thing where there was these preservation attempts early on, like taping the spines and taking the staples out. And sure enough, I've seen an abnormally high percentage of issues that have staples taken out, which usually you don't see that in the grading room. And there's
let's talk about that, because now that you've had this not a huge influx, but you've had an influx of these foreign books coming in over the past couple years or so, I'd imagine. Has your thoughts on or has CGC's thoughts on how to grade these books changed to a large extent, or and at all over these, seeing all these more copies of these books?
Not really. No, I think they are different, a little different, but not different enough that I feel like we have to grade differently. It's subtle. It's like the difference between grading a comic versus a square bound versus a cardboard cover, or a golden age versus a modern. There's already enough differences among books that we've experienced that these kind of fit them in, and they're this kind of usually the same size. And they have the same defects, stress lines and bends and tears and all that stuff and repair. And the page quality is different, but again, it's based on color. So it's like, all right, it feels different. It's thicker or it's thinner or whatever. It has a different tint, but it still looks like off-white to white. And so generally speaking, the standards don't really change.
So for example, like you were talking about the staples and how a lot of the books had, from Brazil had their staples taken out. Do you as CGC, do you say, okay, that's a normal thing to happen in Brazil, we're not gonna take away from that because that's a normal thing?
Right, that's a good question.
No, we wouldn't. We would not make an exception to that.
Which is important. I'm glad you're saying that. I think that's very important.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, consistency, is definitely very important in our grading standards. Deviation from that is not not always a good thing. And so something like look, if it was made this way, then if the staples were taken out at some point in the future, then yeah, I mean they're taken out. Why they were taken out really doesn't matter.
We kind of hit on this last interview, but I want to hit on it again just so people that are watching that maybe didn't see that understand this. Like, it's important. I think it's very important for CGC to keep those standards across all things, and that doesn't mean that those foreign books that are 6.0s are any less like there's something wrong with them. It just makes 6.0s and 7.0s tough to get compared to the 9.8s. Does that make sense to kind of what I'm saying? Like, you keep that standard. PSA does it. If there's no 10s of a card like out there, that's just the way it is. That makes it rare to ever see that card. If there's no 9.8s of that out there, that's important. It just makes it more rare. There's no reason to change your scale on how you're grading these. But I hear that a lot from foreign collectors, like, there should be a scale change on how we grade
Sliding scale, yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. No, it doesn't. Yeah, to me, it's got to be. I mean, era to era, sure, the subtle change differences in how you grade, golden versus silver versus modern because of the printing process and all that. But a book that, like you're saying, the example with the staples because they're in Brazil and the state. No, yeah, they wouldn't. They would be, they'd be graded the same. Yeah, 6.0 is a 6.0. I mean, it's. It's definitely important to keep toe that line with that grade and make sure that it's the same across the board. Hey, look, if there's some books that only there's a 4.0 is the high. I mean, some of the golden age books, Superman 1, All American. No, I mean, there's a high grade All American. There's some, let me try to think some of the ones that there's only 1 or 0 high grade copy. Well, All American 16, I think what's the 9, there's the 9.4 mile high, and then I think the next highest is like an 8.0 or something,
Well, I mean, there's amazing stuff that's happening with that in the foreign community where there's these certain books that are, you're not gonna find a copy out there higher graded than a 9.0 for the longest time.
And it's too early to tell, way too early to tell, it's like we're not gonna know until they get graded. And I think, I think the heritage auction is going to be really interesting because, as history's shown, if when things blow up at auction is usually when, CGC opened and we were grading, or they were grading books for a while, but it wasn't until the Greg Manning auctions when the prices did really well, and all of a sudden everybody's like, "Well, we get my stuff slabbed now."
Everything comes out of the woodwork that you never thought you'd see.
Some of the questions that we got, Josh, talked about registry sets. What were some of the questions for the registry set stuff?
So I know a collector in the foreign scene he just did a registry set for his Spider-Man 1. And he said that he had heard that there might be changes might be coming to how points are awarded to the foreign books. I don't know if you've heard anything about that.
Yeah, not that specifically, but in more general sense, how a lot of books are being scored, because there's new stuff that's now we've got newsstands, foreign books, so we have to address or readdress scoring, with those books, or address those books, but readdress scoring in general. And so, because I think we again, like the census, the registry is something else that we've been looking at very closely and realizing that there's a lot of potential there to really blow it up into something bigger than it is. And so obviously the scoring is a critical component of that, and we have these new things now that we've introduced this year. And so we kind of have to, get a plan put in place with how we're going to, work all that in scoring. But again, I can see it being kind of like, and I shouldn't speak out of turn because actually I'm less involved with the registry sets, but they certainly have some really talented people that I think they've been working on a lot of new sets that they've released. I don't know if they've released them recently, but getting more creative with. Cool. I think the kind of sets that people can build for scoring, because it's like the traditional 1 through 300 or 1 through 100 or whatever, but I think something like certain a run of certain covers or certain or a 35-cent variant set which we have or something, just getting kind of like grouping them in different ways that make cross titles and cross companies.
Moon covers, skull covers.
Sure, why not? It's endless, and that's the beautiful thing about like in coins, that registry sets are a big thing, and but it's all based on like era editions and sets and all this stuff. And I think comics, we have that added level of the art and all the characters and the wild motifs and covers and colors, and so I think. It creates, there's a lot of layers to interest in comic books. And so, you can tap that with the registry sets and really, hone in on, because everybody's got niche, they're all niche collecting, and so it's like, just target.
Is there one of the things that you guys have done lately with the labels is putting, like having the Spider-Man labels and stuff like that?
Mm-hmm.
2 questions about that. One, on the foreign side, is there ever any thoughts or talk about maybe including flags of the country?
Yeah. Did this come up here, or am I thinking of some other conversation? Because flags
think
come up before.
I think it came up here
Did it?
last
Okay.
time. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, anything is possible. It's not. It certainly has not been anything that I've thought about recently. But sure, possibly. I'm trying to think. So we would have. Basically, it's like it's almost like a custom label for comics.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That would be awesome.
That cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a great idea. Like, there's like 10 or 20 other ideas that I put it in the bucket. Like, okay, let's just get like everything under control here at the office. Like, get turn times under control, get everything under control, and then once we kind of come out of this crazy rocket ship that we're on, then it's like, okay, all right, now let's go to the bucket and be like, okay, what here can we? Oh, this is great. Let's do this, do that. There's all kind of 9 pre-screens, and there's all kind of interesting ideas in there. We'll put that one in the bucket. Maybe something we can do at some point.
Yeah, I think it would be really cool to, just do it like the same thing, like have an upcharge for the label, and either just put like a flag somewhere on the label, or even doing the whole label. Like as the flag. Like I think that would be something really special for those.
Yeah. I can't grade any Deadpool book without that Deadpool label. Like 9.9, please. That is like
great label.
I mean, I resub my a couple of New Mutants, and just so I could have them all with that thing. I wish we would do a lot more with that, because I think that's a niche that if you're going to resell, I've seen that, like the Miles, the Spidey, the great looking New York City in the background, like they always command more of a value on the secondary market. I mean,
yeah, I agree.
What about Star Wars? Is there any talk about maybe doing that for Star Wars? Like
the labels?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a Brittany question.
Give us a Darth Vader.
She and a group, they spearhead the custom labels, and they know it's coming. So yes, that would be more of a Brit question. I'm not sure.
It'd be great. It'd be great. That's for sure.
Yeah, as much as we can do.
yeah. Hell yeah. Make them all better.
Yeah.
We talked about satellite offices last time you were on, and there was, talk about, we really, you said you guys really wanted to look in that. Any updates on satellite offices in the U.S. or any talk about maybe satellite offices outside of the country?
There's talk of it. Yeah, there's talk of it. Yeah, we're thinking global. I mean, it is. Yeah, we're all options are on the table. Global, satellite offices going out, into other countries, going abroad. There's a lot of ideas that are being bandied about right now. AI is another one that's really on the table.
Very big question. A lot of people have been asking about that, is the AI stuff, which is amazing with what they're doing on the card side. You have all these card companies showing up, but the problem that I've always seen on the AI side for comics is it's a little bit more complicated. You can't just flip it over. You can't just put it on the thing. But
it's AI can help in a lot of different ways. Grading is one of them, which is what we're talking about. But there's just, in terms of the whole process, you think of grading, but really it's like opening the mail, receiving, verification, grading, encapsulation, quality control, shipping, customer service, all that. So, all of those, AI can help in so many different ways, but specifically to grading, you're right. I mean, it's not, I don't even know if they could do it with coins and cards, two-sided things, but they certainly could get a lot closer to the right answer. And I think that's really, what we're talking about is like AI grading. And no, you can't, when you have, obviously a comic, its size, obviously all the stuff on the inside that I can't see, the spine, there's things that you can only see when you tilt the book in a light that you can't see in a picture. So AI is not going to get us as close to the right answer as it would for probably a coin. And also too, coins have got, the differences are so subtle, and there's like millions and millions and millions of like scans of coins out there, and so you can really build AI around that. I think more successfully. With comic, I could see it be more of an identification tool. Grading could spit out a suggestion, but no. Ultimately, at the end of the day, I mean, we're going to need graders. Looking at the books, holding the books, feeling them, yes, smelling them.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
I mean, there's nothing will ever, ever replace that. So, but it's going to help in a lot of other areas. I think.
I don't think I've ever seen like a grader's note like smells like shit. You know what I mean? Like smells bad, smoke. The person who owned this smoked a lot. Like I don't know if like I've ever seen that. Have you guys ever put those notations in their musty smell or something like that?
We have a note in our system called odor.
Okay.
Rarely use it. Rarely, I probably have seen the graders throw one on there every once, a couple of times. Now we will make, comments to each other either verbally or in our private note.
Yo, this stinks. Woo.
You guys, you'll never see our private notes.
Oh my God. I could just see it. Matt said your book smells like shit, Brian.
See, you gotta be careful with some of those foreign books too, man. Some of those things can get a little funky smelling.
Oh yeah. I mean, the smell is certain. Look, I love smelling books. I know some of us don't. I asked the people. We did the academy over the summer, and we had 100 people in there. And I asked people to raise their hand if they like smelling their books, and most of them did raise their hand. So I was glad to see that because I've been laughed at on more than one occasion for that. But yeah, it doesn't affect grade. It is a defect in the grading guide. Odor is in the grading is one of the defects, but it's technically. It's very useful in other ways. Obviously identifying, cleaning paper. The pages have been cleaned, pedigree identification. A level of acidity. Actually, you can smell. If a book's how it's been stored,
water damage.
So I mean, there's certain benefits to it, but it really ultimately doesn't have any kind of effect on grade.
You have had a lot of have you had a lot of new hires at CGC for graders and stuff like that? Have you guys been hiring people over there? Because let's be honest, the turnaround times have been amazing as of late. Just absolutely awesome.
No, we have hired a number of people. We've been doing it now for over the past, I guess, 2 years. And really because it was COVID, COVID hit, and I think we might have talked about this on a previous podcast, but it's like, it went like this for about 2 months, and then it went like that, and then it really went like that. And so we set about quickly trying to get in front of that. So, we hired, a number of people, but we also developed like a training course, which we'd never had before because, traditionally, you drop somebody in every once in a while, and they just sit and they sit and they sit, kind of like this,
on the job training type stuff. As it happens.
Yeah. What's it called? I can't think of the name, but yeah, the person just, it's on the tip of my tongue.
You're talking about when someone shadows someone?
Yeah.
Apprentice.
Apprentice. That's it. Thank you. Yes. An apprentice. Yeah. So it's like an apprentice. And then then it takes and all that stuff. So the trick is to find a way to be able to accelerate the training without kind of losing any quality to it. And then also obviously, maintain that after the fact. And so that was kind of what we said about doing a couple of years ago. So no, we added a number. I mean, it wasn't a huge number of people, but forecasting is a big thing in the company. So we're certainly looking ahead months and even, a year to kind of see, try and plan. It's not like you just start throwing bodies at it. I mean, it's very scientific, very calculated, and very choosy about who we brought in. But also the training was very immersive and in depth. And then obviously, and again, I think I've talked about this, how I run a thing where I analyze the graders every month, their output, not in terms of quantity, but the grades and how they match with each other and all that stuff. So we have all these things in place to maintain consistency. Because I mean, the truth is, it's already hard enough, with these books, they're almost like snowflakes. I mean, they're all subtle differences between one and the next, and you have to determine a grade on those. So there's a lot of subjectivity to it. But on top of that, obviously, you've got an enormous number of books, and then you've got a growing team. And so consistency is always the thing you're chasing. It's always the hardest thing to chase. And so that's just pretty much where I put a lot of my effort in the grading room, is trying to maintain that consistency and even improve it, any way possible. And so that's certainly been the goal the past 2 years, because so much stuff has been going through there that, that's whenever it's the most dangerous time, that you want to really, double your efforts trying to maintain that consistency.
Let's talk about some of those day-to-day numbers and stuff like that. Like, how many books do you grade a day at CGC, do you think?
I can't say. I'm sorry.
Okay.
A lot. Thousands.
What can you say what the average time spent grading on a book for a grader is?
Yeah, there really is no average. It depends on the book. A high grade modern, that's like just came out, is going to be a matter of seconds. I don't want to say 5 seconds, but not a minute.
30, yeah.
30 seconds, something like that, because you don't have to worry about restoration. You don't have to worry about, all these defects. There's so many things that are just off your plate, with those things. And, as you move back, then you start your saddled with, now we got like newsstands on modern books. And then you go back further and you've got, restoration, which is really prevalent on anything, but definitely more of the older stuff. Then you go even further back, and now you've got like missing parts and married parts and all kind of weird tape and strange, it just gets really strange. So, so it can be 30 seconds to, we've spent 10 minutes, I mean, 3 of us gathered around a book, and I'm like, guys, come on, let's get back to work. Let's make a call on this and move on. It's like, we're fascinated by what we see. And so we're just trying to digest it and figure out and come to some common ground on it. So it really, but I mean, on average, it's seconds to minutes, but I mean, people would probably be surprised at how quickly we can grade a book. I think I see people laboring over grading, and I mean, it's just nature of the beast. If you go in there and you grade thousands and thousands and tens of thousands and eventually hundreds of thousands of books, then it's like muscle memory. And you really, when you're seeing, because we see a lot of the same books over and over again. That's the other thing, is that when you've seen hundreds and thousands of copies of a book, you just know exactly where to look, what to look for, how you graded all the other copies, where this falls, what it is. Boom, you got the grade, and very quickly.
Has there ever been a time, Matt? I'm sorry, Brian.
No, you're good.
Has there ever been a time, Matt, where like the book presented in a way where it offset a defect, where like it matched up with a 6.5, but there was no way in hell it was a 6.5? You had to give it a 7 just because, let's say a giant size X-Men, it was like white. The cover was it was the luster on it. It was just brilliant. And is there ever a time where that would offset a defect and make it a 7, something like that?
Yeah, Joe, that's actually an excellent question. The aesthetics. What role does aesthetics play in grading?
Right.
Because it's subtle and it's not as in your face as a structural defect like a tear or a piece missing, or or a big crease. And the answer is yes. Less so as the grade gets lower. Obviously, it's definitely plays more of a role in the high grade. But absolutely, there are books that are stunning aesthetically. They're white. They're like the gloss, full gloss. The inks look like they were printed yesterday. Silver staples. And so, yeah, absolutely. In those cases, we will certainly, if we're on the fence with a grade, we'll go with the higher grade. Now, the thing though is that it's only going to carry it so far, because we're still kind of anchored by the structural defect and the effect that it has on grade, which we have charts and everything in the grading room for. And so the guide will say this tear equals 8.0. Well, okay, you might go 8.5 on it, and if the book is like freaking amazing, you might go 9, but it's not going to be able to leap you to like a 9.2 or 9.4.
Right.
It's aesthetics can only push it so far above that, but and obviously that's where pedigrees are like a big factor, because the pedigree bump, that when you have books that are exceptionally better than most of the other copies you've ever seen, then that aesthetics are certainly going to play a role in the grade of that book.
Yeah. One of the questions that I want to hit on real quick, something when we were talking about newsstand that was asked is, are you guys we talk about newsstand history a lot, and coming especially on with the collectible market and the secondary market, and how much of a price newsstands command over direct, but it's not a rarity thing depending on the year it is. For example, a lot of people don't realize that newsstands to directs, the rarity of them kind of flipped in the 80s, where one was more rare than the opposite. Is that something that you talk about in the grading guide? And is that something that is going to be acknowledged by CGC at any point for like labels and stuff?
No, I think, that is, it happened, the flip happened. We know that we can acknowledge that safely, and it likely happened in the 80s. Now, to what extent it happened and how long it took and how far it went, we don't know. I don't know. I don't think there's any, enough data points out there to really point to say, what's out there and what's not. Because the problem is that, you've got the print run of newsstand. So let's go past the early 80s, obviously, where, it's mostly newsstand. But if you get into like the late 80s, 90s and beyond that, there's the ones that were printed, that were part of the print run, that were newsstand. Then there was the ones that survived. Then there's the ones that's in what grade they survived in. And so you kind of have like three levels. And, the attrition rate for any particular issue could be different because it just depends on how it was distributed, how many copies they printed. Luck of the draw, because those things were probably mostly tossed. And so, there could be situations where, I think I read somewhere that like a store was still ordering newsstands, like a comic store in the 80s was still ordering newsstands because it was easier to get them or something, and so you had, that's just one example of a store that was cranking newsstands out. So, or at least adding to its, those books are going into the hands of collectors. And so right there, you've got a chunk that are better preserved. They survive. Who knows? So there's like, who knows? It was probably so messy in that transition during the 80s when the comic stores were coming up and the newsstands were starting to diminish in terms of the percentage of print run. Who knows what survived and in what grade? I think, we'll tell first, like Spidey 300 will probably be one of the first ones that will, that we'll start to see data points on. But but as far as like the early ones, the difference, most of the early ones are newsstands, right? And so that's what's interesting is that, correct me if I'm wrong, but there doesn't seem to really be as much of a push for like early direct editions.
And that's what the problem is. Like, you would think that the way people think, and I think that's just because people don't know that, it wasn't until like 85 where the amount of direct editions to the amount of newsstands was about 50-50, right? And right. To that point, directs were more rare, and any directs pre 1985, 83, it should hold a little bit more of a price, higher price point.
You would think, you would think that, I don't know, direct market from 79 would be like super rare. You would think.
Yes. Yeah. It's very interesting because the social media and the secondary and third markets that are now happen are causing a lot of those things to be noticed, and people are searching for them now. So it's gonna be very interesting to see how those play out. A couple of other quick questions, talking about when somebody sends in a large order, say a 25 plus order, do their books stay together through the grading process? Like, will one grader grade an order?
Oh, yes.
Okay, that's great information right there. Yeah.
And then furthermore, if they send in two orders of 25, would the same grader get all 50 or different graders? That's the other question, right? Yeah. And an order will stay together, but beyond that, it could go.
It's luck of the draw.
Yeah. But typically, I don't know. They could get broken up. They could stay the same. They could stay together. There's so many. It could go either way. But certainly within an invoice.
Yeah. All right. So one of the things that kind of happened earlier this year is another grading company had an issue. It's not necessarily an issue, but a mishaps where a large amount of books were lost. And one of the questions that we got a lot was, does CGC, how does CGC deal with this? And does CGC, have practices that they think, keep them, that this doesn't happen as much at CGC? Or is like, how do you guys deal with losing books, people's lost books? Is I guess the way I'm trying to state this is,
how do we deal with our screw ups?
Yeah, exactly. Because that's what it is. Let's be honest, it's human error. It's for the most part, it's human error. That's why the AI part we talked about. That's why the quality with human error with AI, can change and maybe catch some of those way before we even think to catch them.
That's always a concern for any grading company, any collectible field that deals in certification. Is, at any given time, you've got an enormous number of people's items on your property. So you have to keep them organized and obviously, in one place. So, we certainly do that and try and do as good a job as we can of that. Things were a little sticky this past year, coming off the influx of submissions. And obviously, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I think there's plenty of stuff online about QC and all that. We're getting through that. We've gotten through some of it. We're getting through other parts, but we're going to come out of it sooner than later, and we'll be stronger for it. So a lot of learning lessons through that. But we inevitably, when you're dealing with a lot of stuff, obviously, I guess something goes missing, some mishap takes place, something gets damaged. We'll always make right on it. We'll always make right on it. The hard part, I think, is sometimes people want an explanation. Sometimes you just don't have one. It's like we just can't find it, or this happened, and the best we can do is just compensate you for it, and just obviously work real hard to learn from that mistake and make sure it doesn't happen again. Sometimes there's just no it's like, why did my book get lost? Well, we didn't mean to lose it, but but luckily it's been, our biggest problem is never that we could never find it. It probably has happened, I'm sure. The problem is we couldn't find it fast enough. That was the big problem. Like the past year was like, going to find things, was probably more of an issue. But inevitably, I found 99% of the time it always turned up, but it might be at the time it might have been like weeks and weeks and weeks before that happened. So that was the frustrating part. But again, like all these other things, we're finally, we've been balls to the wall for the past year. So I feel like, in my gut, I feel like we're finally getting on top of things. The turn times are looking great. We're still working on economy. We're burning that down right now. We're starting to really, throw a lot of weight at that. So, I think we'll see across the board, everything is going to be on time here sooner than later. So, I feel like, after 2022, 2023 is looking, like I said, like we were talking about earlier with all the other ideas in the bucket over here. I think we're finally going to be able to start to spend that year really starting to kind of like spread our wings a little bit and do these things that we want to do that we've been talking about the past year.
One of the obviously the biggest question that we've been getting asked over the last couple of months is the whole Ultimate Fallout 4 debacle. And it's been absolutely crazy, Matt, to watch everything happen over this one incident. And I'll be honest, I feel like I'm not saying it's a good thing that it happened, but to me, I feel like I've seen results and changes that and actions made by companies because of this incident that make me feel like it's going to get better, and that the industry is getting stronger by learning from these incidents, right? And CGC was a major player in a lot of people's eyes in this whole incident. And I don't know how true that is. I don't know, some people always have their prejudices on, they could be a CBCS guy and they want to complain about CGC, this and that. But in all honesty, there was some interesting things that happened, and CGC took some major stances and some changes and stuff on that. And I kind of want to get into that a little bit. How was that kind of, How was that book presented to CGC?
Yeah,
if I can ask that.
Sure. No, I really, this is the first time I've got a chance to really talk about the story. It really blindsided me completely. I think it blindsided Clayton as well, and his team. I think it started, in my mind, it started off pretty innocent. We met at a show early in the year, and he was really excited about this thing, and he wanted to show me. And so he brings out the book, and it wasn't even it was the Ultimate Fallout, but also the Ghost Rider as well. And he shows this cover that he designed, this acetate cover, and he had done this artwork that with the overlay. And I was just like, this is so cool. This is really, really cool. And he's like, yeah, I've been working on it for a really long time. And I'm like, this is awesome. This is really good. And so I was just excited about the creativity coming from, this, Clayton Crane, and having done this cool thing, and so that's really how it started. And that really is all it was at the time. And then, months passed, and I think that they had kind of moved forward with the idea of trying to release it. And then they, the time came that they wanted to get some copies graded because they were going to release it at the show. And so, the copies came in, and it was the ones that we had seen, obviously, we graded them and sent them on their way. And that was it. That's all it was. Now, there really wasn't, as far as the discussion with the Blue Label thing, it was unprecedented to some degree. Now we've had, I want to say facilitators, distributors, publishers, whatever. We've had people send in all kind of stuff with stuff glued to the cover or extra covers put on, or the burnishing with the 6 series, which I think is really cool, where they burn the image into the cover. So we've seen all kind of crazy stuff over the years, but this was something new that the artist, the guy that done the book, was creating this whole nother cover. So, for lack of a better word, it was just kind of the innocence and just being a fan and being like, oh, this is so cool. And so, honestly, that was really kind of it. And then so it goes to the show, and it seemed like it was a perfect storm of how it started with, people in line and they didn't get their copies, and then they were complaining about that. Then all of a sudden it was like, wait a minute, here's CGC and they're grading it this way. And then, and then it just was all of a sudden, then it involved the influencers who were selling them, the people who bought them, obviously Clayton, us, Marvel, all of a sudden, it was all these people were involved. It became this thing, and it was just crazy, and it completely just caught me completely off guard. And so, I was trying to navigate through it because, I kept holding on to the idea that this is a really cool thing.
It is. Not to interrupt you, but real quickly, it is a very cool thing. And I think the majority of us that saw the idea and when we first saw it, we have to admit that the idea is a great idea. It really is a great idea. And I think I agree with you that it just kind of turned into this perfect storm, like you're saying, of a whirlwind of things. But the idea itself is a good idea. It's a very good idea.
Yeah, it was creative. Yeah. And, and then, but then, stepping into it with Marvel, it was a Marvel book. Marvel got involved, and that just added a lot of drama to it. And then obviously our treatment of the grade, which, I realized, again, it's like what we were talking earlier about standards, CGC standards, and deviating from them. And, we had, we looked at this book differently, but then realized that maybe looking at it the same, was what, that's what really people were saying, is that once you look at this book the same. And so, that was an adjustment that we, but it was a learning lesson, so, and somebody posted here that about the 10.0 and the 9.9. So we actually do grade them with like a double cover. It kind of like a mix, the acetate is part of the grade because obviously it's now the outer cover. It's qualified, but it's now the outer cover. We're going to acknowledge that grade. And so, those things are they're perfect, and so then you've got the book inside, which, they were handpicked. And so, they're usually perfect or almost perfect. And so, and there's where we kind of got the 9.9s and the 10s from. So, it was kind of like a double cover situation, but not really, but again, this was something that was new that we'd never seen before. And, it was tough to navigate through. And I think, ultimately we did, we qualified it. So I think that was, what a lot of people wanted. So we went with that. But I still like the idea, there's, I don't know. that's a whole nother segment. It's talking about, because the other thing is that we're just grading them. Like that's just our job. And this little thing was grading them, and we had a thing with it. But if you think about it, like the artist, if in terms of their creativity, they have control over the kind of cover they make, what they make it on, the book they choose to put it on, how many copies they decide to print, what they decide to sell it for. They have control literally over the whole entire creative process. It's almost like they're publisher and seller and artist all in one. And so it's a cool idea, but it's like, it really just depends on them and what they decide to do with it, So whatever happens in the future, it'll be interesting to see if, this idea, carries forward with other people. I'm sure there's a lot of people that are like, I don't ever want to see another acetate live.
I don't think that. I think that the idea is such a good idea that we are going to see more of those ideas. As a matter of fact, it's going to be built upon, and changed a little bit and made even better. And I'm okay with that. I think what a lot of people there's certain problems that a lot of people had that were very interesting with that whole thing. I think one is that really stood out to me was the fact that you kind of are the transparency part, right? One of the things that the majority of the people in this community that I've talked to that they really, really want from people that they're spending money with is transparency, right? They want to know what is the print run on books, what is, like we ask you, what is the grading process on this stuff? How do you come up with these results and this and that? And the transparency is so important. And then to be able to say, okay, did Clayton take this book to CGC, right? Like you said, because it's important that we know that it was the artist's idea. The artist came up with that acetate, right? If it was another artist that did that acetate, it would feel so much different.
Yeah, and the black flag, it was black flag. It was Clayton. It was Clayton's idea. It was Clayton that executed it. I mean, it's the artist. It came from the artist, and that's why I was always like, who is this black flag? It's Clayton's idea. It's his cover. He did this. He's proud of it, and it blew up. It just blew up. And so it is what it is. But it was certainly a lesson, an interesting lesson in a lot of things. And Marvel and Clayton we'll see what comes of that. But I mean, maybe nothing comes of it. Maybe there's more. Who knows?
Well, the way that Marvel kind of came out and said, "Hey, we hear you guys. We know, we see that there's something that we need to change. And going forward, this is the change." You guys came out and made your statement, saying, "Hey, this is what we're doing." And with this, that was very important from the eyes of the collector. That's so damn important. I hope that other people and other companies and retailers and exclusive online retailers see that and realize how important it is for that transparency to be there. But let's be honest, this retailer exclusive game that's happened has just blown up, and it's very interesting to see how all these different companies are going to navigate that. This is one of the changes that is coming about because of that. Is there one of the things that people always ask about is being able to number books individually. Do you ever see, and I'm just asking you this, obviously this isn't something, that I don't think CGC, is a big part of, but do you ever see that there's going to be a point where we're going to be able to have these books get individual numbers, printed on these books from printers? Is that something that you, as a longtime person in this industry, can see happening? Because I feel like that's one of the biggest fights where we never get any yardage on, right? We always say we want this, we always want this, but we always get thrown back. The printers will never do it. The printers will never do it. It seems like such an easy thing to happen.
Interesting. So you're talking about like a serial number, like on a dollar bill.
Yes,
it's fascinating. I love that idea. I'm all for it. Yeah, as long as we know what the last number is, so how many they printed. I think that
exactly right. I mean, one of the things that's happened for years is people will, if the print runs small enough, they'll write on it, hey, this many copies of this. But it's gotten to the point where a lot of the card companies are printing that number on there, and with the blockchain technology and all this stuff, a QR code, all that stuff, it's all traceable nowadays. It would help so much. It would.
No, I'm a huge fan, because I don't know how many people realize this, but paper money, PMG, our other vertical that does the paper money, they have, unlike coins and unlike all the other ones, every bill, at least every bill, has a serial number. And so it blew my mind when I realized that, even though it's so obvious. I'm like, they never have to worry about resubmissions, because they've already graded it, because it's the number that's in the system. It's recorded, and so it's like, if we knew that every single comic book was unique in that regard, and we recorded that information as it came in, then it would be, there would never be a concern about, copies getting switched or flipped, or resubmit or whatever, without the tag or something. It's I'm all for that. But you don't think that they would ever do that?
I feel like it's something that it needs to happen. I don't think that the big publishers are going to do it anytime soon. I just don't see it happening. I think that they're kind of set in their ways. But a lot of these smaller publishers that allow, because DC and Marvel don't really allow these retailers to come in and do these online or these retailer exclusives on short print runs, right? It's always a 3,000 print run, 3,000 to 4,000 print run. You have to do it this way. Whereas some of the smaller publishers, not Marvel and not DC, will allow 250 print runs or 500 print runs. And when you're printing that, smaller print run, you can go to these smaller printers, and a lot of these smaller printers will do that. But for some reason, a lot of these bigger printers, they just don't want any part of it, right? You're changing up how the pudding's being made, and they don't want to do that.
Yeah, and that was a similar issue, I think, with the quality of the printing process, the paper and all that. Over the past several years, they Marvel and DC. I forgot the details, but basically it was like, you have this collector base and you have this certification company, and there's this thing out there that you're printing books, and these people are buying them, and they really want them to be in this grade, or at least look this way. So can you stop doing this and this and this that are causing ink lift and ripples and whatever, and so I don't know if that got anywhere, but I remember that was kind of a discussion, I think, that was being had years ago, because it's similar. It's like, they're in the print business, they're like, collectors is not, that's not on their radar, or wasn't. Maybe it is more today. It should be. And it'd be great if they could, work with that, and things like you were saying with the serial number and the quality of the printing, and because there's so many things you can do. I mean, they did the I think, like the mint, the mint is basically like for coins, they do all the they've kind of, like, over the years merged with the collector base, and they do like
the West Point quarters, they did that for the collector base. That's super important, and I think that comics is now I feel like comics is starting to be pushed more by the collector's dollar than it is just the reader's dollar anymore, right? I think the reader's dollar was the largest amount, and now the collector's dollar is being that. And how you spend your money says a lot. About what you think and what you want,
Right. I one thing, Brian and Matt, I think, if you're buying a book from a retailer exclusive and they say there's only 1,000, like, I think that's one of the biggest problems right now is the trust. And I wish, like, if I said I only have 500 of these books, I wish I could get like, if I was a retailer and I was coming out with my own exclusive, I wish I would be allowed to number one, number two, inside the book, real small, and it be graded without it being taken off as far as a defect. Would that be considered?
Oh, you mean like a grading curve for particular defects on a print run?
No. Like if I was a retailer and I printed 500 of an exclusive title, would I be allowed to write down the number inside the book so that you would know, almost like a signature verification?
How about one step further than that? What about if we labeled, you sent us the 500 books and we labeled them 1 through 500?
Exactly.
Yeah.
That would cure a lot. That would cure a lot.
I think we are going to do that. There was something that came up. I can't share details, partially because I can't remember, but there was some, this very thing came up months ago with something, and I think it's happening. I think we're doing that. I think we're actually going to open that door. But there's the custody, the chain of custody, the rules.
Yes.
You have to follow with that, because like you're talking about, you got to like make sure that there's not more than that printed, or whatever was destroyed, or there's all these little things. This is the kind of stuff that slows us down, because we know that we've learned that once if we pull a trigger on something, we got to make sure we do as much homework as possible. And so it's like all the things that could go wrong with this. But no, I think that's happening. I think that's.
But it would hold these retailers accountable for what they say is printed versus what is actually printed.
Yeah, and they would have to, they couldn't it's, and this is part of the chain of custody. It's like, if they print 500, then they would have to send us all 500. Like they couldn't, I don't know.
Yeah. If they only wanted 250, you would personally, your team would destroy the other 250 so that it could be only 250.
Yeah, whatever they want.
Saying?
Yeah, if they want like 259 eighths, then we screen them and then destroy the rest, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Here's the interesting thing, and I think one of the things that you might be thinking of, and we kind of talked about this. I don't want to get too into it, but it was the Death of Superman book, and I think that with Big Time Collectibles, we kind of talked about it, and you didn't really know much about it, so I don't want to get too much into it, because I think that's the other important thing, you guys. Like, we want to give Matt the ability to do his homework on some of this stuff before he gives answers about it. He's not gonna know about every little thing that happens, like we talked about earlier with the background, with the label pictures and stuff. That's more of a Brittany thing, this and that. But what I do want to hit on about that is the importance of CGC, as how we look at CGC. And let's be honest, we look at CGC as this is one of the companies that we have deemed the people that we trust enough to say, if this is what it is, then this is what it is. One of the thick questions that gets asked a lot is CGC staying out of the lane of getting involved in selling books that they grade. And with the secondary market or these live selling apps and all this whatnot stuff, there's a lot of things that have been happening, with CGC working with Jim Lee. We saw this Jim Lee thing that happened, and the whatnot sales, and people got questions about that. And thank God, that was all answered up by Jack. Came on last week from Whatnot and said, no, this is how it happened, and it was answered up. But the question keeps coming along constantly, like, we don't want CGC to get involved in selling anything they grade, because we hold CGC to such a high standard. And I want you to talk on that, to let people know what is going on in that, and how CGC handles stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, specifically that I'm not. The thing you had mentioned, I'm not. I'm not really up on the up and up on it. But no, we would never sell stuff we grade. No, that is the most counterintuitive thing to our foundation. To the core of our business is to be objective, and grade other people's stuff. So we can be objective, how can we be objective? It's our stuff, I mean, yeah. So I don't know. Like I said, I'm not sure. I wish I knew more about that situation, but
yeah. And we'll let you, of course, we're going to let you, look into that and stuff. But again, I wanted people to hear it from your mouth, right? That's important. And I also, you know how much we respect what you do and what CGC does. We want you guys to keep that standard, and how important it is to keep that standard. And know that, and people need to know that is what I'm getting at.
We do. And the hard part of the job, one of the hard parts, is that the landscape is changing rapidly, and it's for a lot of factors. I think it's social media. I think it's an influx of new collectors. I think it's the valuation going up is inviting a lot of people to come in and try to take advantage of that. And I don't mean that in a bad way. So, manipulation of books. And so there's a whole new landscape that we're facing, or the ground is moving kind of underneath our feet. And so, we're faced with these new things that pop up from time to time. And so we have to navigate through them. And it's difficult because it's not as black and white as it might seem sometimes. There's a lot of factors to consider. And so, and being in our position, at the forefront, we get a lot of this stuff that comes to us, which I'm thrilled about. I love that we get all these new ideas. People are coming and sometimes they come to us with that. Sometimes we don't see until it shows up in the grading room. But we are definitely a focal point. And so it's our job to navigate through all these things that come our way or that come at us, opportunities, challenges, problems, whatever it is, because ultimately we have to maintain the customer's trust and maintain our standards. And so that's obviously the main goal here. And so we'll continue to do that. And we'll, I'm still, even though I may look like I'm not paying attention to the world out there and things people say online, I do read things. I read the message boards and I read Facebook and I read Instagram. I see what people say.
I'm sorry.
I do take it to heart, so even though I'm not sitting there typing a response, know that I'm listening. And if I'm not listening, someone's telling me.
That was the other Red Hood that said all that shit.
Oh, Robert, yeah, I'm not surprised.
Well, again, you guys, and to everybody watching, that's what's great about being able to have Matt on here and to talk about this stuff. It's very important for us. Let's talk about a few good things before we let you get out of here. New York's Comic-Con in Baltimore coming up. Any plans for on-site grading?
No, not this year. Not sure about next year. It is definitely something that is back on the table. COVID obviously sidelined everything. So that is something that is definitely on the table. I like to see it again. I think it's a chance for us to get out and go do some grading. Obviously, turn times need to be under control for us to do that. But yeah, so that's a possibility for 2023 and even 2024. The shows are going to be something we're looking at a lot closer, because again, that landscape is changing, coming out of COVID, but seeing the big shows and then this emergence of the smaller shows, the reemergence from what it was many years ago, where you're seeing like these really cool, like you got New Hampshire's got a great show, and then you got Domain's show out in Los Angeles. I hear there's one popping up in Miami. You've got the Collectors Summit that was in up north, northwest, and then they're doing one in Dallas in November. It's bringing the focal point back to the collector, because the bigger shows have gotten so big that we're kind of getting drowned out and pushed out. And so, that's something that we're keeping an eye on, because, in conjunction with on-site grading and satellite grading and all these other things, just, how can we reach the customer better, with our services? And so that's something that we're definitely going to be looking at. So stay tuned for that. We'll see.
Magazine grading. I've seen a ton of new magazines on the market. We talked last time about the magazine grading and new magazine grading cases. How's that been going with the magazine grading?
Great. Very close to putting the new holder out. Very, very close. Nice. Don't have any idea when, but sooner than later. I don't even give a time. I've been bitten in the butt by time, giving time.
Oh yeah, it's the only thing we can never get back, man. It is so important.
I go to the office. I see the prototypes. I see it. I think we're on the cusp of like ordering all the stuff. So yeah, it's great because it looks obviously very much like the comic holder, the labels and everything. So it's going to be like a larger comic holder. So big step up on that. So that's coming. So.
Pulp grading. What's going on there?
Chugging along just fine.
Same thing.
Obviously, you know, I mentioned November. Here we are. What are we? October 1st. It's going to be later, a little bit later. I may keep pushing that back, but that's moving forward. Basically, just just hammering out the last details. I mean, part of it is, you know, the big thing is the focal point this year was the turn times and getting the normal part of the business, the quality control, the shipping, the billing, and all that stuff, getting that under control. And so that was the main focus. And so, you know, I know you're probably going to ask about the other verticals, video games, VHS tapes, all that other stuff. That is all like, you know, pulps, like all of this stuff is like right at the, like it's like right at the 11th hour. So we, you know, the getting the main stuff taken care of this year. And then obviously, you know, now we're turning our attention to getting those things out the door. So I think, you know, in the next short amount of time, you're going to be seeing those things drop. So yeah, we'll be seeing a lot of stuff come out here in the next few months.
Well, I know a ton of people are super excited for all those, especially the video game grading. It was really, really exciting to see all those updates. And another thing that's been amazing lately is seeing all the new graded trading cards, how great the holder looks. A lot of people are getting their big submissions back, and they look gorgeous.
They look cool.
Yeah. Excellent. Glad, very happy to hear that.
Yeah. So, well, everybody, I want to thank everybody for joining us again. Thank you to Matt. Do you guys have any questions that you want to ask him before he?
I got one last thing. Hold on, Josh.
No, you're good.
So,
go ahead.
So there's a lot of people that don't know how to archive their books, right? So, and store them, and who would you say has the best Mylar polypropylene? You know, would you say E. Gerber or as far as and I had even asked Brian, as much plastic as you guys probably recycle, have you guys considered coming up with a 5 mil or something like that? If you're not going to get it graded, you know, this is another option to store your book, you know. And I don't know, it seems cumbersome, but there's some meat on the bone, you know, as far as much plastic as you guys go through.
Yeah, no, I think we'll probably leave the bags and boards and milers to the suppliers. I think we'll leave that to them.
Yeah.
I mean, it is certainly an interesting. It would certainly be something that it would be interesting to get into on our end, but I think we should probably best to stick with our core business and let them.
Who's the best?
Well, I'm not gonna. Honestly, I don't. I'm not gonna obviously say who I think is the best, but I will say this: that Mylar is Mylar. Mylar is good, but ultimately, it's the storage conditions in which you put your book. You can lay books on top of each other. You don't even need Mylars. It's all about the humidity, the light, the air, and the temperature. So, you know, temperature, you know, mid 70s, low to mid 70s, humidity around 50%. No fluctuations, very important. Obviously, as little air and as little light as possible. If you can, you know, adhere to that, it really, you know, what you store them in really doesn't matter because the books they're gonna be fine. Now, obviously, like Mylar and boards help, you know, the physical, you know, movement, you know, putting them in boxes and taking them in and out and stuff like that. But they also pose their own dangers too. And so, you know, I mean, so there's purpose to all of that. But ultimately, I think, you know, storage, which is something that most people probably don't even think about. Nobody, you know, most collectors probably don't have a humidistat or even a temperature gauge in their house. You know, they just, but at least they're indoors. You know, we're past the point where they're in garages and attics and basements.
Yes.
So I think the preservation level is much, much higher than it used to be, you know, barring a mishap here and there. So, you know, I think, you know, generally, yeah, you'd adhere to those, and, you know, Mylar from all the companies is fine, you know, as long as it's Mylar. You know, polypropylene, ethylene, you know, sure, I don't know, just don't put them in a safe. Don't close the airtight safe with the moisture builds up.
That's great information.
What about microchamber paper?
Microchamber paper, that helps because there's the off gassing from the books, the pulp paper. Now, once you get into calendarized paper, after, you know, once you get into the 2000s, and obviously everything now is calendarized, the slick paper, you don't have the acidity issue in paper anymore. It's been, it's been, you know, it doesn't have the what's it called, the
elasticity or the
what am I trying to say? Oxidation. Yeah. the oxidation process that paper went through, where they went through this chemical process where paper's brown and they whiten it. This is back during pulp and throughout the 20th century. And then over time it browns again. So it's really just returning to what it used to be. It's not actually, and so, that all that stuff is where you have all the acids in the book and all that stuff like that. And so that's where the chamber paper helps, is that it kind of absorbs that off gassing. Once you get past, into the calendarized paper, there's no need for that, because there's the acidity level is nil at that point.
Josh?
All right, I have 2 quick questions for you, Matt.
Yeah.
Do you guys have any plans on ever making like a slab bigger than magazine size? Maybe even just like a touch bit bigger? Like, so for example, I have this foreign book. So this is ASM 238. It's from the UK, but it's a touch bigger than this will not fit in a magazine slab.
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. I wish we're not. We don't have plans on making one much bigger. The next size.
So don't send this in, right?
Right. I mean, we treasure editions. We that again. That's in the little bucket over here. Treasure editions. I had ideas for that years ago on how to build a holder for that. That would obviously be too big for what you're talking about. But pulps is the same problem with the bed sheets. There's some bed sheets, the early Weird Tales are 9 by 12. Our holder's like 8.5 by 11 or a little bit bigger. It's 9 by 12. So it's just like the Weird Tales are just a little bit too big. And so I was already on that. I was like, can we make something a little bit bigger? But we couldn't, because the fact of the matter is, even though Weird Tales are so among the most valuable pulps, they're also among the rarest. And so we would drop an enormous amount of money on a mold.
Well, yeah, plastic is so expensive right now.
Oh, horribly. And that's what we're facing in the other verticals, is that supplies are just, everything is just through the roof. It's horrible, so that's another factor to consider. But it's like, you just got to weigh the cost benefit. I mean, if I'm going to spend all this money on a mold, how many, impressions am I going to sell off of it? So that's always the factor. So treasure editions, that's a question. It's like, how many would we grade? Who knows? I mean, there's enough of them out there, but is there enough, the value wise, enough of a tipping point to where you get to a low enough grade that's worth grading, that makes it worthwhile. So, but again, this is something that we might explore down the road. When there's time and resources available to try go and try these things we've been talking about, then something like that may come to fruition.
Oh, yeah. Nice. And then my last question for you is, what are you personally excited about for the next year, for CGC, for, your guys' ventures, stuff that you can talk about? Like,
the grading guide. No, first,
6 years worth of work, man. I'd be excited about getting that thing out too.
It makes me happy that you are actually nervous how that will be received, because it's your baby. It's your baby. Like, I can only imagine how that felt to finally put your pen or pencil down and be like, it's done. Like,
it was. You have to force yourself to do it, and of course, when I got my advance copy, I open it, and I'm immediately like that night I go home and I'm going through it, and immediately there's like 5 things I want to change. So I'm like, God,
I can just imagine somebody calling, "Hey, my book is a 9.6. I got the grader's guide in my hand right now. I want my grade changed."
We'll see. But it'll be a living document. So it'll be something that we'll continue to print, and we'll make adjustments, and maybe down the road, eventually even kind of like redesign it or something. So it'll be an ongoing thing.
Now, if I get you to sign mine, do I need a witness? You know what I mean?
Only if you're getting 6 series.
Matt, thank you so much, man. Appreciate you more than you know, and I would love to do this. Maybe we can figure out a way to do this quarterly, get you on here as much as we can. And I know you're super busy, but again, thank you so much.
No problem, Brian.
It was awesome.
Thank you. It was a pleasure being on with you guys, and thanks for chatting with me. And I look forward to seeing everyone in New York next week. And here's a 2023. I think that it's going to be pretty wild, another wild year. So, we'll see you guys soon.
All right, everybody, stop and say hello to him in New York. Go get your guys' your comic grading guides, and and have Matt sign them,
show the book again, Matt.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so this is. Oh, by the way, this cover was by Arnie Sawyer. Arnie's actually done work with Marvel and Diamond and CGC in the past. So he's a friend of mine as well, and a big collector too. And so so he did a bang up job on the cover. And then here's the back. It's just got more pictures of slabs. And again, it's like I want to sit here and go through with it page by page with you for the next 4 hours. I can't. All I can do is flip on this silly camera right here and just.
Well, I can't wait to get mine, man. I'm gonna be digging deep into them, man. So.
Go get New York. If you can't get it there right after New York, order it online. We'll ship you a copy. And
can you say the prices again, just for the people that might have just joined?
Yeah, $30 for soft, 40 for hard. And
which is great pricing. Great. That seriously, that's great pricing.
Yeah,
for that book.
Hey now.
Yeah. Hey now. Yeah.
That's killer pricing, and it's only an extra $5.
You said hard.
It's not that hard.
Hey now.
Hey now.
Well, hey, thank you, Matt. Appreciate you, and we'll be in touch. And I can't wait to hear how New York goes, man.
Great. Yeah, we'll follow up. So, all right, you guys, be safe. I'll talk to y'all soon.
Yes.
Later, man.
Take care, Matt.
That was amazing, you guys. Thank you to everybody in the chat that has hung out with us. It was absolutely great, and we're going to continue the show. We've got a lot of stuff to go. We've got Wizard Review. I want to talk about a great new Bird City book. I'm going to see if I can actually get Anthony on. He had some stuff he had to take care of tonight, but we're going to see if we can get him on to talk about it himself. We got a lot to talk about.
Brian, you know who you need to get on next is you need to get Britt. So
I do. I do.
So we
you
talk
know,
about the labels and all that.
When we were over at Flipside, I constantly wanted to try and I asked to get Britt on a couple of times. You think Matt's busy,
Super
man?
nice.
You think Matt's busy though? She is super busy, man. So I'm not gonna do pickups right yet, but we're also gonna bring on Hive Comics at some point too. I want to get those guys on. I'm gonna drop the chat, you guys. I totally, like an idiot, I forgot to drop the chat in the amazing or the Beyond Wednesday group chat. So if anybody wants to jump on the show that's in the group chat, you can. I'll also drop it in the messenger chat for anybody that wants to jump on. I was like, hey man, where is everybody? I'm like, I'm an idiot.
It sounds like some people need to hit that like button too, guys. Come on.
Yeah, you guys, 110 were watching when Matt left. So please hit that like button. I really hope that that was a good interview for you guys. I hope he answered some good questions.
The hard thing about it, Brian, is that like we're not judge or jury or anything like that, and like he didn't have to come on and answer anything, and
that's the best, man.
He doesn't even have to answer our emails, but he is seriously the most personable. Like, people give CGC a lot of hate, and while I see it, it's like we're all human at the end of the day. Like, for him to come on this show and be able to say the things he did and talk about the things he did, like, I'm not saying that should be like a fix-all for everything, but that should mean something to people.
Yeah, but it won't. You know what I mean? Like, you're not going to make everybody happy, you know? So, I mean, it is what it is. But, like, as far as, like, for the most part, like, I mean, they're experts at what they do. Have they made mistakes? Yeah, he even said it. He like borderline said, "Hey, we fucked up," and he didn't have to say any of that,
Yep.
Well, here's the other thing, and just so everybody knows, I did want to bring up the big time collectible stuff, which a lot of people were talking about. We kind of got to it about the end about the Superman stuff. And I sent Matt my notes and said, here, this is the stuff, I want to talk about tonight. I also want to have the chat be involved. So And again, I want transparency from the people that I spend my money with and that I respect. I'm going to give you guys transparency. The notes, I don't mind even putting the notes out there about what we wanted to ask him. The Big Time Collectibles was in there, and Matt asked us. He said, "Listen, I don't know about this. Let me look into this more before, because he just didn't know what was going on here." And I think that's what he was kind of recollecting, because if you remember, Big Time Collectibles had kind of talked. I think it's Nelson from Big Time Collectibles went on Journos and talked about that, And I see a lot of people talking in the chat. They were saying at the time that, hey, your logo's on the back, that's a problem. Well, what if his logo is on the back just to saying that they were part of the process to grade those books? It's not necessarily on the back because they're making money off of it, or if anything, their logo. Nelson specifically asked CGC, "Hey, can I put your logo on the back of this?"
And Matt literally said while we were talking about that they would never sell something like that they would grade, and they didn't sell it. Like, it says on the back that it's exclusively graded by CGC. There's nothing wrong with that. Why can't CGC exclusively grade a book? Yeah. If that's who that company chose to grade that book, so be it. That's that company's prerogative.
JC, I'm not saying that he didn't know the logo's printed on it. What I'm saying is he didn't have enough information about the whole situation to go over it, right? And I'm cool with that. That's why I said to him, "Hey, these are what we want to talk about. So if there's something on there that you might not know, I'll give you a little bit of time to figure it out." And he just didn't have time to figure that out. I sent the questions to him today. I probably, in all honesty, I probably should have given him a little bit more time, and maybe he would have had that information. But
I mean, his job is crazy. You got to remember that, he's not like, his job is encompassing everything that happens on a day-to-day basis there. Like, I totally understand if he doesn't have enough information on something, or was like, "Oh, I didn't even realize this," or small details like their logo being printed on that. Like,
and plus they just had a major hurricane, and so like before he got on the show, he's talking about that, he has to assess damage to the building and just spot check and the facility and stuff like that. Something that if you're just a grader, like, you don't worry about the building,
And that's the wildest thing is, like, they, Florida literally just got hit with the category almost 5 hurricane, and he was still kind enough to come on here and talk about comics. Like,
I like the fact that how transparent he was when I asked him about the way a book presents. Would that trump a defect if it presented so well that it was just like, holy shit, and instead of a fucking check mark, you know what I mean? Like, it's a 7.5, but it looks better than a 7.5, but I'm not going to give you an 8, but I'm going to give you a check mark. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's again. But here's the other thing. Like, I would love to. I don't know. Dennis is in the chat. Dennis, let me know who is the guy over at CBCS that we can get on that can do the same thing for CBCS. I want to know the guy that I can get on from. I'm reaching out. I want to start reaching out for not only I want my information, but I want to get you guys' information, right? I'm reaching out to Comic Mint. I want Comic Mint, come on, let's talk about what's going on and how you look at the exclusive retailer, exclusive game, and how things are like. How do you handle things? There's a lot of questions about this book. ANZ Comics, come on, I want to know about this book. Come on and tell us about this book. I want to give people a platform to be transparent. And one of those people that I try to bring on, not only because I consider him a friend, but also give him the opportunity to be transparent, is the one and only Bird City Comics. What's going on, brother?
What up?
Hey. Sorry, I'm on homecoming duty tonight, so I'm on standby for pickups and tissues if somebody breaks somebody's heart tonight. You remember all that from high school. So
Go Wesker to dance, Vato.
In the house.
There's my girl. Guys.
So, hey, we talked a little bit. It was very interesting. We talked with Matt a little bit. We got into the whole acetate gate thing, and one of the things that he said in there, Anthony, was the fact that, like a lot of us said, hey, this is actually a cool idea. This is actually a good thing. Like, this is a cool thing. It's cool to add these extra cool things to books and come up with new ideas. And I've been very vocal about how I think your idea with the Nintendo slipcase has been just such a cool thing. And I can't wait to see how that grows and how that continues.
Right.
You're getting ready to put out another pretty cool exclusive at New York Comic Con that kind of continues this idea of growing on this idea of, you know, doing it the right way and being transparent about this stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Let's talk about this amazing Miles book that you got coming out.
So I'm going to give my disclaimer real quick. The acetate, I hate this word now because it's been turned into a dirty word.
The acetate.
Right. That was something that I had planned prior to C2E2. We had them and I had them made, but we hadn't released a book that it was appropriate for yet. So then when C2E2 hit the fan, I was like, oh crap, I've got to burn these now. And just like anything, there's a right and a wrong way to do anything. Okay. So the wrong way we learned, hence the C2E2 situation, and the right way. And I'm not saying that I looked at the rules. I said, okay, I don't like pissing people off. I want to do things right. I want to represent myself correct. So now we can talk about it. That was the disclaimer. I had them and I was this close to just chucking them in the trash and going, all right, let's move on to something else. And Laura's like, hold on, write it out. It's a little bit different. You know, you didn't break any of the policies and procedures that the publishers hold. And we waited and people were pretty perceptive to it so far. So it's been bad.
Well, let's talk about what is it. What is the book? And
okay, so let me pull up some windows for you. Got two different ones. Sorry, figure I would have had this ready, right?
No, man, I get it, dude. Like homecoming duty is tedious work.
Oh my goodness! And my daughter, she went and bought. She's 15, so she's got like how teenagers are. She's like, "Oh, Dad, check out this dress." I'm like, "No, you're not wearing that." And she's like, "All my friends," and I'm like, "Crap, all right." So anyway, here's the book. So we've got. I shared my screen with you, Brian. Miles Morales 42. So it's a good issue to do. It's going to be the final issue for this creative team. They're ending it on 42. There's a lot of things that go with the 42 when it comes to Miles the Spider, all the little Easter eggs in the movie with the number 42. And when it comes to dealing with Marvel guys, I'm going to be completely honest. It is extremely hard to get exactly what you want. I went to Marvel and I said, hey, I want Miles. I want some type of tagging scenario. I want the number 42 incorporated. If you can give us some Jackie Robinson type colors, you're talking, the Brooklyn Dodgers, 42, Jackie Robinson. It hits on a lot of cylinders. Of course, they told me no to everything. We end up compromising a lot with Marvel just because of what they allow. And this is what we ended up with. And it's a very solid cover with hints of what I wanted. And I thought, all right, let me take it to the next level. So we created this. Now, this was done by the extremely talented Trish Forstner. This is all done by hand. And as you can see, it is just a clear single sheet. This is something else that I was extremely passionate about, guys. I am not the type of retailer. I create things and I hope people enjoy them. But you'll notice my logo is not on this. And neither are my partner logos because these things are expensive. We wanted this to be a pure New York Comic Con exclusive. So we vetoed all of our own personal logos and decided just to put the New York Comic Con logo on the back of the book. You get this when it's sitting in the case as an overlay.
Very cool.
Yeah, that's dope.
Yeah, I like that.
Fun. It's different. And it's not attached. We're calling it a slipcase. We're calling it the graffiti overlay. Any of those things will work. And it's beautiful with the little Spidey sense. This is done by Trish Forstner, this graffiti art. And I have a
how many are there going to be available? What is the print run on these books? And
so it's the standard Marvel print run. We made 800 sets available because we had roughly 200 damages.
Okay.
Of the Virgin.
Yes.
It was 1,000 printed, but they're under 9.0s. So typically what Marvel will have me do is destroy them. And then I get like a credit or something towards another book later if I decide to do something.
So
those
how many are going to be available at New York Comic Con this next weekend?
So the way I did it, the team decided that we wanted to make the acetate limited. So we only printed 500 of these. So we're going to have 500 sets available with the overlay with the graffiti.
So you can only get the overlay graffiti with the sets.
Correct.
And there's only 500 of them available.
Correct. And then
how many are you going to be selling the Virgin and the trade dress separately at the con?
So we're going to keep the Virgins as sets. So you're going to get 500 with the graffiti overlay. You're going to get 400 straight up without the graffiti. And then, I'm going to tell the truth here, guys. I sent enough trade dress, but I got so sick of looking through the boxes. I just sent a shit ton to New York. So whatever survives the trip, those will be available.
Okay.
Trade dress wise. Because, there's 3,000 of those. I thought, okay, 1,000 Virgins. I'm going to sort through them. I'm going to make sure they're good. They're 9.6 plus. It's a con exclusive. We're going to ask premium pricing for them. I'm not going to sell somebody a piece of shit copy. Not going to do it. So I did sort the Virgins. The trade dresses, we got 3,000 of them, so I just threw them in boxes and sent them, and whatever survives, we'll sell on the side. We're going to ask $20 per trade dress.
There we go. Not bad. I think $20 is a great price for an exclusive.
This is the trade dress.
Yeah, and it looks beautiful. It looks gorgeous.
Yeah.
So
yeah, great job. Who is the artist? Trish did the overlay. And the art, the regular art is done by
Yoon. Yoon did the art.
Nice.
Yeah, Yoon and I wish I could communicate with him better, but he did my Khonshu Moon Knight. Remember when I called you panicking about that?
Yeah.
So and
I think I said it's fucking awesome, and you're going to be fine. And
absolutely.
And you did a great job, and I'm glad that he did a great job on this, man. You've been killing it lately, dude. Congratulations. Continue. I think one of the things that you said one of the last times we had you on is that you've kind of been challenged to either do it first or do it better,
right.
And there's a lot of thievery that happens in this exclusive game. There's a lot of backhanded back room bullshit that always goes on in any of these situations, but I appreciate you being very transparent about all this stuff, and
absolutely
I think you're doing a great job, and I think the majority of people out there agree with me. I love Mel. Mel's like, I buy from two from two retailers. It's Hive and Bird City, and loyal as all can be. And I think that's one thing that Bird City has really done well, is that they've created a great community, a great fan base, and man, these new things are just going to continue that positivity.
Well, I talked to Laura a little bit, and when you own a business, you're handcuffed to an extent. Some guys more than most, because you get some loose lip guys that like to yell and freak out on people. But I've tried my best just to be extremely professional, and I'm not saying I'm not going to do that, but I want to take Brian's route, and I want to be more honest. It doesn't mean that I'm doing something bad or saying something bad by being honest. And the exclusive market guys, if you love being thrown in the shit and you love to fight and claw and compete, exclusive market's where it's at, because it is a dirty ass game right now. But it can be fun because you got to figure out what's next. What's going to be the next thing? I get it. I did not invent 8-bit art. Totally get it. I did not do video game homages first, but I for damn sure brought it back to life after 10 years from the last big one that hit. And now I'm going through my steps and processes of figuring out what are people going to appreciate next. May not necessarily be what I like, but what do the people like? And I've got to figure that out. And that's the fun part. It's hard work.
The hard part, though, is doing that at the same time with also keeping everything on the up and up, right? You want it to smell good. Like you can smell the foul. the foul smell, this foul stench that comes from bad actors is very apparent.
Absolutely.
And I think that's the most important part. And I think you like continue doing what you're doing, man. I think it's great.
And that's why we did this, Brian. Like, so I do this all the time, and Laura gets on me about it because I'm asking a premium. You guys can buy this exact issue, the same exact shit on the inside, and you can buy it for $4. Why the hell are you going to give me $20 for it? What's going to make it special? Of course, the art. You go through a premium artist, you come up with a premium concept. It adds value. And that's why I really like this concept of enhancing the product, because I'm asking for more money. So when I go through these processes in my head, when I come up with my concept designs, a lot goes into it. If I won't pay $20 for it, I won't ask you for $20 for it. And I believe in this, hence my prices. And that's my thing. I will never waver from that. If I price something and you guys are like, oh, you normally launch these at 20, I probably wasn't impressed with myself. But if you go back to the website and I'm doing 30, I was probably pretty happy with it.
Let me ask you something. Is there a limit on how many sets or copies people can buy in New York?
We're going to set that. I'm playing with it right now. I was thinking like 5 sets minimum, because we got plenty of them. I mean, 900 or 800 sets or whatever we have.
Five sets maximum, like
per person. And then if it starts to get out of hand and fly, I'll throw them back on the spot. I got no problem being, all right, guys, I need some to last me through Sunday.
Yeah.
And I'll call it and be like, we're done for the day or whatever it is. So we're going to spread them out as best we can. I've got one more book I want to share, guys. And this is an extremely small print run, and I'll explain why.
Oh, I love it. Hey man, I you know me, I want the small print runs. I want it all. And I've seen this, and this is awesome.
Thank you. So what we did here, this is a new book. Hit my screen up. Vanish.
Oh yeah.
Don't get me wrong. Everybody and their mom did a Vanish. Big part of the retailer game right now at winning the game is doing the books that nobody else is doing. There was probably 50 or 60 variants for this book, and I know there's going to be some New York Comic Con ones. But again, I went back to being a latchkey kid and Vanish, or, Ninja Gaiden. You come home, red key, blue key, or red key, white key, you pick, side scroller. That was my jam when I got home. Make me a quick sandwich. I was in front of Ninja Gaiden. So I thought the layout worked. It's a cityscape. We're going to be in New York again, New York Comic Con exclusive. For the most part, and I didn't have an image for you yet, you see the slipcase that says Bird City Comics? I made some that say New York Comic Con on them.
Sick.
Nice.
And he made one for me too.
Yeah, I got you, Joe. So New York Comic Con exclusive. So this was split. I split this book with 2 very cool people, Epic Comics and Phil's Vintage Comics and Toys.
Oh, cool.
I didn't really know how to advertise this because it's technically a 500 print run. We had about 50 damages. The book's printed beautifully. They're on the heavy cardstock, so damages weren't a problem. But at my booth, I'm only going to have 166 copies. Do the math, guys. 500 divided by 3. I'll bring the damages with me. That's not very much. But I'm not going to have very many of these on hand because they were split with another retailer. So when people show up and go, damn, that sold fast, I'm like, yeah, I didn't have that many of them. We're only going to ask $40 for these, which we did for Genies. That's kind of right in our sweet spot for the hot shit. But the book's great. Again, it'll have the New York Comic Con logo on the back. This is all approved through New York Comic Con.
I got a question. Is there going to be a limit on how many you can pick up of these? Are you going to do like 1 per person, 2 per person?
I'm thinking I'm going to have to, just to keep it fair.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
What do you guys think? Chat, call it 1 or 2 per person. Whatever you guys say, majority wins. That's what it's going to be.
I think at 166 copies, I think you can't go higher than 2 per person.
Right.
Yeah. I think it gives other people a chance to get have the chance to buy some. Yeah, man. I think but even at 166, you can even go 1 because if you're going to sell out. You're 100% going to sell out, in my opinion. Yeah, man. Maybe even 1. Make it very limited. Make it something cool. This is a cool book. It's at a cool con. It's at
I've had a lot of people hit me up about these too, and the miles, and trying to buy them after the fact, guys. And I'll tell you straight up, not 1 sale will be made on either of these books. Not one sale, no backdoor deal, no bullshit. Not one sale will make it out the door prior to the opening of New York Comic Con. When they open that door at 10, that's when we'll start taking cash.
You know, Ant, like they made all these different covers for Vanish, and
right,
like this one with the slipcase, this one will be remembered. That's for sure. I mean, it's just a brilliant idea, man.
We have another combatant to the arena, ladies and gentlemen. Hive Comics.
Let's go.
Hey, what the hell?
You stop it. Okay, wait. Before you let him talk.
Oh, I see what he did.
If you want to share your idea, because we were talking print runs, and I was going to give you all kinds of love right now, but I'm glad you're here, so it doesn't sound like it was my idea.
Yeah.
You know, print runs are a problem right now, and not in indie books. Indie books are small anyway. If you can't handle 500 print run, do something else.
Or sub. I mean, some of these companies, it's sub. You know, it's 200, 300, 400 print runs. Yeah.
But I was talking with James, and James has the most brilliant idea, because when you get into these Marvel print runs, they're ridiculous. 4,000 comics. There's no value for anybody in those.
Yeah.
No aftermarket value, unless you get fudgy with the math, which is not fun, and people know. And so we were talking. I had an idea, and I said it. You get them. That's on the TV, but you get them. But James's idea was better. What do you guys think about this? Hit him with it.
So, I don't know what you're talking about, Ant. No,
the detached, minimal.
Yeah. So here's the scheme, right? So, by the way, I want to say I caught the last of what Ant was saying while I was running to take a piss before I hopped on the show, right? And Ant, I want to let you know right now, man, we coined a term just recently, because we did that Venom with Nelson over at Big Time Collectibles, and the paper was so shit on that book.
Yep.
That we ended up, it was 1,000 print run. It was a special thing. It was like what's his name did with the Ultimate Fallouts.
Yeah.
Where it was like a special printing that Marvel allowed a sub 3,000 print run, right? So it was 1,000 print run on this variant. 400 of them were so royally fucked up that we talked to each other and we're like, we're just not going to distribute them. So we coined the term, we've been using it a lot, is effective print run. Because when you have images not doing reprints and returns, right? So you get 1,000 print run image book and 200 of them are damaged, the print run's not 1,000 anymore. If you are a retailer that stands by your product, you're not putting out 9.2s, 9.0s, 8.5s, right?
Yeah, right.
So the rest of those books, they just sit there in purgatory, or you destroy them. So we started talking effective print run. So I would say with your print run issue, right, where you said, well, it's 500, you don't know how to advertise it because 50 of them are damaged. Well, effective print run 450. That's what it is. Effective print run is 450. And you just show people the proof of like, yeah, I got rid of these goddamn things, you know? But so anyways, to what Ant was saying, you get a percentage of books that come in from Marvel damaged.
Yeah.
And you want to effectively lower the print one, but you want to do it in a responsible way, right? Because if you purposefully destroy books, there's something in our psyche that says that is bad, because it is.
Yeah.
You are lowering the amount of people that can read a property and read a book. However, we as retailers sell exclusives at $20 a piece, $25, $30 a piece. Sometimes the secondary market dictates their $100 books, right? $200 books. Who in the hell on this panel has ever cracked a $200 exclusive off of eBay to read the damn thing? Right? Nobody does that shit.
Oh.
Nope.
But if you can sit there and go, listen, I want to artificially decrease the print run, but do it in a responsible manner. There's two ways of doing it, right? One's charity, which is great. You've got a great Spider-Man issue 1 that you can donate to kids. Cool. Donate it to a hospital, donate it to a charity. That's great. Put a stamp on the back of it. Donated by Bird City Comics, donated by Hive Comics.
That was my initial idea, and then he does it.
And it's great.
It's fine. But this is better.
When you have books, like a lot of these indie books, they're not meant for kids, guys. When we had our damages for No Heroin 1, people were pissed off because I threw them in the recycle bin.
Right.
And people were like, you should have donated that to a children's hospital. I'm like, you want me to donate a comic book about a heroin addict to a children's hospital.
Correct.
That don't work, guys. Like it just it don't work. So what I talked to with Andis, I said, listen, there's a responsible way to do it. And we've been talking about it with a book we have coming out here soon. But we're going to do with, in fact, I actually got the book, came in the other day, but what we're going to do is we're going to take the worst of the lot and we're splitting the covers in half, corner to corner. I'm going to individually number them. This is 01 out of 350 destroyed. I'm individually number them, win marker. They have no collector value, but they're readable.
Yep.
So what you do is you're sending these people that are buying it purely for the collector value, and you're giving them a readable copy. And hopefully what spawns from that is a readership, which increases value on the overall run of the book.
There you go.
Because
That's
the problem is, and you guys have seen it, we've all seen it. And it's, if you're a speculator, I'm a speculator, right? I've always, before I was a retailer, I was a speculator. There was always a time limit, right? You had issue 1 drops with indie books specifically. This works with Marvel and DC, but with indie books, this is a big thing. You'd have issue 1 drops, and you'd be like, okay, Omicron print runs for issue 1 was 6,000 copies, right? You knew if you thought that book had any collector potential, you knew you had until issue 5 or 6, till the trade paperback came out. As soon as the trade paperback came out, people picked it up and read it. Because a lot of people read indies by trade paperback. They don't buy the issues, they buy the trades.
Yep. And
if they read the trade and they like it, then they start picking up the issues. And that's when you see the issue 1 start bumping and bumping and bumping. It's 5 months down the road, 6 months down the road. And the problem is if we're trying to create a collectibles market for our customers, a comics market to where these guys can take these books that they bought from us and sell them for $300 down the road and come back and spend more money. It doesn't, cover art don't do that. Low print run doesn't do that. It's people reading it and falling in love with the story. Something Is Killing the Children would not be the book it is if people had not read issue 1. But look at issue 1's print numbers. They were not high, but the trade paperback sales were through the fucking roof. It wasn't until people read the trade paperback for Something Is Killing the Children, 6 months down the road, the issue 1 became a $600 book, right? And so that's like, if you're a responsible retailer and you want people to enjoy the property and you want to increase the value in their investment, you can do it in a way that serves all purposes. Yep. We can do it by destroying a print run in a selective manner that allows readable copies that are not collectible or valuable in the secondary market, but we're sending them out anyways. So that's what we're saying is we're going to start individually numbering and selectively destroying books that are sub 9.4 and giving people readers, because people should read these fucking comics. Are meant to be read. They're meant to be read. And some of these great stories get lost behind amazing covers that are $20 a piece. Like 8 Billion Genies. I've heard 8 Billion Genies is an amazing book. I haven't read it because I can't fucking afford to. I'm literally going to have to wait until I have the trade paperback. As soon as it hits diamonds, I'm ordering a copy.
Yeah.
Because I can't afford to read the fucking book.
No, he's
and that's a problem. That's a problem. That is a huge goddamn problem.
Well, you know what's brilliant about the whole thing is that comic book collecting, creating, reading, it's still stuck in that old baseball, like old school mentality. Nobody's updated it. We're still doing it the same damn way your dad did it 60 years ago when he owned every Spider-Man issue since issue 1. He doesn't know what he did with them. That guy. Those are the people we're still buying books from, and they're setting the rules. I talked to McClay about this. If you guys like what I make, I have to be able to turn a profit so I can make more. Yeah. And it's hard to do that with a Marvel book where they hand me 3,000 trade dress where the industry standard is $15.
Yep.
So you get certain companies out there that will go, okay, I'm going to cut this print run down. I'm going to charge more. That is fantastic for the aftermarket because it creates value because there's less. The problem is there's no trust in the industry anymore because we know from certain retailers they didn't destroy them. They didn't get rid of them. They're going to filter them back into the market. Guys, as an experiment, I did one tonight. I have got 3 partners on this book. We did Mandalorian number 5. It's got 3 first appearance in it. Fantastic book. To be fair, Star Wars artists approved guys are me. But so our cover was nice. I'll give them that.
Hey, and your cover is amazing.
It really wasn't bad. I was pretty happy with it compared to the other shit they showed me. But you get no say so. It's basically you give them the thumbs up and they're like, here you go. And you can't go, well, change this, change that. And they tell you to go to hell because it's Disney and Mandalorian and all this stuff. Anyway, so we decided instead of 3,000, we're going to pick out 750 prime copies. And there's just 3 retailers that are doing this, me and 2 other ones. The other, because we're each going to get 1,000. I don't know how many damages are going to come through. We're going to take the rest of that 750 and put them in warehouse, just like you do with food. We're going to put a label on them, and not one of us is going to sell it again for 3 or 4 years down the road. Because it's going to create value in a product now, and we don't have to try to push 3,000 on people. There's no fun there. So
as long as in my opinion, as long as people are transparent, obviously that's key to.
They got to stick to this though. There are some people we don't trust. Go to eBay, look up the shit that's been done, and see if the accounts are new.
Listen, how do you do transparency though? and here's the thing, and I'll tell you this. Like it's an easy answer, right? For people outside of the industry, it's an easy answer. Proof of destruction. Okay, so right. if I want a company to come, if I want Shred It to come to my house and pick up 500 copies of a book and destroy them and then give me a certificate of proof of destruction, it's going to cost me hundreds and hundreds of dollars.
Sure.
And in some instances, it's worth it. It would be worth it, right? But if I am literally sending proof of destruction to every goddamn customer that orders a book, every customer
can't call you out.
Physically have in their hand the book they ordered that's a near mint copy and a proof of destruction because it's another book that's been hand numbered, and initialed and destroyed that they're getting, because shredding a fucking book doesn't do any of us. As far as retailers, shredding a book only serves to decrease the readership of the book. Yeah. It doesn't do a damn bit of good for us, especially when you're working with indies. Marvel's a different story, right? Their reach is big enough.
That's what we're trying to figure out.
Is big enough that people are going to pick up the book because they can buy a $4 book. But a lot of these indies, people don't pick them up. But if we can put this book in somebody's hand because they liked the cover, but we also get them reading it, then that means issue 2, 3, 4, and 5 of this book sells better because people are ingrained in it because they read it.
Right.
They bought the cover because they loved it, but they read it because they had a copy that was readable. They didn't pay $20 for the shredded fucking beat up copy. We sent it to them for free.
Sure. But let's up the game right now. So let's take this new Mandalorian number 5. There's 3 first appearance in it.
Yeah.
You guys want 20 retailer exclusives plus the regular print run floating around in the world? 100,000 comics.
What's that? 20 times 3. So that's 60,000 trade.
Or do you want your book to be worth
and 60,000 trade, and we'll say basically 20,000, because who doesn't do a trade and then do a virgin now, right?
Correct.
So 90,000 print run.
I'm saying yeah, exactly. So we need to get this old mentality out.
I think the key is doing what we're doing, and that's talking about it and trying to figure out the best route.
Transparency.
McClay, you and I talked about this. McClay and I talked about this. Yeah. If Bird City Comics customers came to me and said, Anthony, we love this book. We love your concept. Burn half of them. Let me get the lighter fluid. It's not what I. What's up, Yeezy?
What's up? Bryce Wine.
But me and so this conversation, by the way, came. Me and Jonathan had talked about this book we had coming up. So just to let you guys know, it was Gun Honey 2, right?
There you go. That Gun Honey you guys did that number
Red
1.
Fucking all mama over the fucking cover, right? Mama.
Yeah.
Right? So, but here's the thing: we did Gun Honey 1, and the books came in every issue. So it's a European company, Titan, printing at the shitty ass Canadian printer that Marvel uses. And these guys are notorious for fucking up books. Every book had spine tick on the back. Luckily, the cover looks great. Backside's just fucking thrashed, right? And so we basically sent all of our customers 2 copies. We're like, we're going to send you 2 copies. We're not sending refunds. We'll send you 2 copies. If you guys have an issue with it, email us. We'll send you a refund, right?
There you go.
So, and everybody's cool with it. So for issue 2, we're like, listen, if we do foil, we spend $7 a fucking book and we do foil. Is it better cardstock? And they said yes. So they came in and the foils look amazing. We printed 700 fucking foils. Nobody wants to sell 700 foils. So 350 of those, we're cutting the covers in half and we're fucking shipping them out as reader copies. We don't want to sell 700 fucking copies of foils. We don't. We don't. And we don't want our people to have, there shouldn't be that many. So like I literally have I have 2 boxes of books behind me that I literally have to cut half the covers off of. But here's the thing. That is the most in your face level of transparency that you could ever have in your entire fucking life.
Yeah.
And if people want transparency in comics, that's where it's at. And I dare other retailers, and I know there is other retailers that are watching the show that are in here, that like, if you guys want, you want to prove transparency, this is how you do it. Individually number, and here's the thing, when Ant does it, his initials will be on that fucking cover. And you know Ant, and you trust Ant.
I touch everything that rolls through here.
And when we do it, my initials or Jonathan's initials will be on that cover. And we have built a solid ass reputation. Ant and Hive have built a solid ass reputation that if we put our initials on that, we say this is one of 350 destroyed. You know it's one of 350 destroyed.
If you guys get one of my books seriously and it says James, just trust it.
Yeah. I mean, seriously, that's a good point we're at.
But if you ever want to watch
it's not a destruction, right? Because destruction's destructive.
Let's take it a step further, guys. I just did 8 Billion Genies, right? Number 4.
Yeah.
Fourth printing, a black cover. I could have printed 2,000 of them if I wanted to.
And sold them all.
And sold every single one of them.
All of them.
But my reputation and Bird City Comics means more to me. That holds more value. So I stayed true to my word, and we printed 500. I don't even know what damages are going to look like yet. We sold half the print run for the pre-sale. The rest I'm going to take traveling with me to whatever con I hit.
In Baltimore,
but yeah, and James is right. I could have printed 2,000 of those. Nobody would have ever known. I could have sold the shit out of them, made a shit ton of money, gone to Hawaii.
Sat on your app for a calendar half a year.
Right. Yeah. But I didn't. I that's just not who I am. And that's, I guess, the whole point, guys. You guys got to give your money to who you buy. Yeah. You buy there. Yeah.
Yeah. How we spend our money. We've talked about on multiple shows, multiple people. You know, that is very important and you show how you guys spend your money with who you like, you respect, you trust, that type of shit. That's very important.
We did that same shit with Ronin 5, dude. We knew Ronin 5. After our Ronin 1 was Staniak, we knew Ronin 5 was going to be a fucking killer. And we did everything we could. Like, listen, we want to do this multiple color print. We want to do this and that. But like, we want to, the reason Yak Ronin 1 was special was because it was the lowest print run last Ronin book, because we'd put in our request, because we did the Alan Quaff 500 print run. And then we said, after they did the first delay, we're like, well, can we do a second cover? And they said, yeah. So we put in our request and we said, well, we want Staniak to do it, because Staniak was he was a friend of ours. He was in our chats all the time. He mentioned like, oh, I wish you guys would have asked me to do last Ronin. Turtles is on my dream list. And we're like, so after we got told yes, we're like, Stan, here's your chance, do it. Killed it, right? Memorable cover. It's a legendary fucking cover at this point. He's been doing Last Ronin sketches for a year and a half. Literally, this man has made his money doing Last Ronin sketches for a year and a half because of his Last Ronin 1 cover. Like, it cemented him in the Turtles legacy, right? But the reason it made it special was because when we went back to IDW, they said, well, you guys already did a 500 print run, so we can do this one at 250. which made it the lowest print run last Ronin cover.
There you go.
So we went to last Ronin 5. He came out with this great concept that he had since issue 1. And he's like, I've got this in my back pocket for issue 5. Wouldn't tell us what it was. And when it came out, we could have very well have done 1,000 print run and sold out instantly. And we knew we could have. We could have done a 2,000 print run and sold it instantly. We knew that. But we went at it like, we want lowest print run possible. So we did a 500 print run of the red. And then we said, let's do rainbow color, the rest of the turtles, lowest print run possible. And we ended up destroying, I mean, dude, the blue, there's like 70 copies of the blue last Ronin that were destroyed. Like, so there's only fucking 180 copies, stuff like that. But I mean, shit like that makes it legendary. You know?
Well, what you guys, here's another thing. And you guys tell me what you think of this. I'm just going to float this out there. Something that might be important to think about, especially for you retailers out there, is how you hold your peers accountable, right?
We have
to. So I think part of that is also by telling your peers to the point like, hey, you need to be transparent about this too. Go on YouTube. If you have a YouTube channel, talk about your print run covers. If you don't have a YouTube channel, there's plenty of us out there that will allow you to come on our platforms and talk about this. You know, I brought it up multiple times tonight. I'm going to do my best to reach out to as many of these retailers as possible. If there's a book that people are talking about, I want that retailer to come on and clear the air about that book. You know, we have 2 books right now that are out within the past couple of weeks that have brought up questions. And, you know, the being that Midnight Suns in Huck Lee book, yep, and that Edge of Spider-Verse in Huck Lee book, right?
There's a third. I don't know if Ant wants to talk about it. There's a third.
Which one? I'm down. Let's go.
There's some issues.
Which one are we talking about?
I'll say this. There was a book that was done that we were part of that leaned into, but I don't want to get heavy into it, and I know Ant doesn't either.
But what I'm getting at, hold on. What I'm getting at is this: is that let's have those retailers start holding other retailers accountable by saying, "Hey, go and do this. This is important for our prosperity to continue doing this. This is important for."
But McClay, this is a prime example. This is what you want.
Yes.
Like James wants to talk about this, and I say, this is what dialogue's supposed to look like, people.
I heard a great term the other day. So my mom's in town visiting. My birth mom is in town, and she said this great term, and I'm going to try and remember it, but it was so she works with a federal government agency. So she works in Antarctica 6 months out of the year, and she works with a lot of engineers. And she said, so it's not what do you call it? It's not cooperation, and it's not
assisting.
No. What's when you're competing against somebody?
Competition.
Competitive.
So comparation is what she called it. So where you're competing in the same marketplace. However, you understand that at some level you have to cooperate. And here's the thing. We had an issue where we were presented a book and we were presented a cover and we're like, this is awesome. And we got told, do you guys want a percentage of it? We said, absolutely. We didn't realize behind the scenes what was going on, anything like that, right? And so Ant had something going on, similar, the same homage basically for a different book. And it turned into a whole thing. And we've squashed that. We dealt with it. Ant knows where we're at. Ant knows that he knows us, right? Anthony knows us. Lauren knows us. So when I tell Anthony, like, listen, dude, I had no fucking clue. He knows that I had no fucking clue, right? I'm not a shady motherfucker. Jonathan's not a shady motherfucker, right? Because we don't give a fuck. We don't give a fuck. If I didn't care, I'd be like, yeah, Ant, we're gonna do this. I don't give a fuck, you know. But we didn't know, and he knows that. Well, so there's another book that they're working on. They're like, hey, we're gonna do this thing, and I said, listen, it's too close to another retailer's. The issue that we had with Ant brought up an issue that that we started thinking more about, and we're like, why can't we be so special that we're doing stuff that nobody's ever thought of? Because that's what we've always been good at. And so they brought us an idea, and they're like, hey, we want to do this and that. And we're like, listen, this is too close to what this retailer is doing. So we literally just don't do your thing. We don't want our name on it. And because of what happened with Ant, I'm happy it happened with Ant, not with somebody that would have been more malicious. Ant came to us and said, like, I think this guys, I think this is fucked up.
Yeah, because there's some petty people out there that handle things in a weird way.
In a weird way, and burn bridges, right? Because there's animals in this industry. There's guys that, like us and Ant, like Bird City and Hive Comics, we're new. Compared to some of these people, we're new.
Yep.
And we make moves and we do it in our way, but there's some of these dudes that could burn us to the ground. Like, there's some retailers, like, whether you like it or not, there's some retailers out there that could tell Marvel, like, I don't want Bird City or Hive Comics doing Marvel books ever again. And Marvel would be like, okay, they move enough product. These guys could literally bow us out of the business. There's people that could do that. And so
you could also break their legs.
Doing that to each other, it's fucking stupid. Like, we shouldn't be doing that. We have to have this sense of cooperation while also in competition. And
Laura says it right here: professional courtesy. That's all
exactly. And I told Ant, my biggest regret is when we heard about this book. I'll be honest, I have been very passive with the business for a month and a half because I was focused on moving. Had I been more forethought into the business, my first thought would have been like, this is cool. This is very much in Ant's fucking scope. We should involve him. And this never would have been a fucking issue.
Well, that is becoming an issue.
Because he would have seen the cover and he would have been like, that's cool as shit. We're down. And that would have been it.
Think about how many retailers have entered this arena, right? Like you said, you're new. There's people that are
retailers.
Yes. You guys are new. There's many more other newer retailers in this game that don't maybe understand that there are a lot of people doing these books, and a lot of people are going to have the same ideas. And it's something that doesn't help. It doesn't help. It's not
there's hardly an original idea in comics anymore.
Absolutely.
And when there is, it is immediately copied. Yes. Who brought metals back into the mainstream? Valiant did metals 3 or 4 years ago. Who brought metals back in the mainstream? It was Hive Comics. We floated on that boat for 6 fucking months, and we glorified in it. We always tried to up the ante. We brought bigger artists into it because these other guys that got into it, they couldn't afford the $3,000 art fees and this and that. And we were still doing it. We just upgraded. We get to the point where like Trinity and all these other dudes are doing metals, and you're like, okay, well, we actually can't compete with them. We were able to compete up to some point. We can't compete with them. So what do you do next? Okay, you do acrylics. Okay, cool. We do acrylics. Everybody starts doing acrylics. We do carbon fiber. I know for a fact we're at New York Comic Con. We're going to see 3 different carbon fiber covers from other retailers.
Well, on top of it, think about this. What about like when an artist gets good, right? Like Peach Momoko or Soza Micah. You know what I mean? Ivan Tao.
Dude, I've been using Ivan nonstop, and he saves me 1 spot every month for a book. I can't even get a hold of him anymore. Like he's always telling me, "I got you."
But who's the first company that put Ivan on a fucking book?
Mm-hmm.
Who's one of the first companies that put Peach on a book?
But that's what I mean. As soon as an artist gets hot, it's cherry picked.
I will say this though, Ant, I will say this: Ivan will always have a spot for Hive. That dude is so fucking.
He told me
that we could reach out to him and be like, dude, we got a book in 2 weeks. That dude will drop everything because he's still to this day. And I don't know if it's owned to us or not. I seriously feel like it's an honor that he says it, but he straight up told us, he goes, I would not be doing these conventions, and I would not be working with Marvel, and I would not be doing all this shit if it wasn't for you guys.
That's awesome.
He asked to take our picture, you know, and that was huge, but we never thought of it that way. But he still tells us to this day, he's like, you guys ever need me for anything? We had another retailer that reached out to him for a book, and they were like, yeah, he said he doesn't have time. And we're like, well, tell him you're sharing it with us. And then like 2 days later, he's like, yeah, I've got a preliminary.
There you go.
That dude is the most loyal person in comics I've ever met in my life. Him and Alan Qua.
Well, that's the other thing that's good. That's one of the good things about the exclusive game is the fact that we're getting a ton of artists' work, right? We're getting a ton of artists' work.
This flood of amazing new talent,
which is great. But here's the other thing: when that artist gets hot, and then everybody goes, "Oh, I need to get him on a book," and there's 40 books by this artist out there that floods it. It waters down their product.
Did I tell you that Dynamite tried to poach an artist from me? Dynamite Publishing.
Oh, really?
They sent me a message. I mean, I hooked them up anyway because I'm never going to get in somebody's way of putting out more work.
Yeah,
but they're like,
their
hey,
career, right?
Send us your artists.
Stan, dude. Stan was under contract with us, and he's like, "Can I do these books?" And we're like, "Dude, make your fucking money."
Right.
Yeah.
So Dynamite Publisher sends me an email. I thought this was funny. He's like, "Hey, we need your artist's email address, however you communicate with them, because we got to send them their pay voucher." I fucking pay them. You don't. So what do you need? What pay voucher are we talking about? But of course I said to them, I'm like, okay, pay voucher. Yeah, they probably got her lined up for a bunch of stuff now.
I've got an idea for a unique book.
What?
Y'all want to hear it?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's going to be the first inside outside book, right? So it'll be reversed. The cover will be inside the book. Bro.
Right. That's funny. I like
You
it.
gotta do full cardstock, like thick ass fucking cover.
The first inside. So in order to see the cover, you have to open the book.
I love it,
bro.
I love it,
bro. I won't charge you anything, dude.
Real fast, I want to say 100 people watching live right now. You guys, thank you for hanging out. We had a great hour and a half with Matt Nelson at the beginning of the show. If you guys didn't get a chance to see it, check it out. Yeah, it was a really good interview. Right now, we're just shooting the shit with all of our homies. Anthony showed off a really cool cover for New York City Comic Con. Now we got Hive and Ant just spitting game. So this is important, and we really, this is something that the channel we really want to start doing is bringing this information to you guys, bring this information out in the open.
Wait, I have a question real quick. So it's a bad idea to shred comics on the live stream during whatnot?
Yeah,
I'll be right back.
Okay, because
creating readership is the future of comics.
I think Brian hit on the head right now. Brian hit on the head, guys. The community is yours. Retailers like me, myself, and Hive, and anybody else that's listening, we're here to create the product that you want.
Yeah,
and if you want it, we'll make it. And if you're sick of really high print runs, right? Shameless plug. I got to tell you guys something cool and something special. And I'm going to try and pull up an image, but Brian left.
My daughter, I can share it because I'm on his account.
My 15-year-old daughter is writing novels now.
Your 15-year-old daughter.
Oh yeah, you were telling me that. Yeah.
She's brilliant. Like, I don't get it. Like, I always want to take her in for a DNA test, but then I feel guilty. Like, who's your daddy? Who your daddy? She's brilliant. She reads.
Like, and the milkman is also equally brilliant. I don't get it.
Man, I knew that electrician looked familiar. For Laura coming here throwing something at me. What was I saying?
Just say she got Laura's brains.
Yeah, you know what though? Laura's probably one of the smartest people I've ever met. So
very smart lady.
It's intimidating to be around both of them.
I'll say this, Amp. If she gets your work ethic and Laura's brains, that girl is destined for fucking greatness.
There you go.
Absolutely, hands down, destined for greatness.
What was I saying? Oh, so she wrote. I came to her and I said, "Look, you like writing your teenage stuff and all this and that. Write me a story. This is what I want." So she did it. She turned it in for an actual paper, and she got, of course, an A on it. And I'm trying to find the damn art for it, but I took it and I didn't tell her till the other day. I'm gonna get it printed and published.
Nice.
And so what the story is I'm really into like cryptids. I love the whole Bigfoot, Sasquatch, Nessie, all that crap. Big fan of like the Witcher video games. So we're writing a story. The first part's called Wendigo. And you guys know what that is. It's a person that basically their soul has rotted based on greed, and they become some monster that lives in the forest. And I gave it to one of my buddies that's actually in Europe to have him read it to see if it, if I'm full of shit or if I'm just starstruck by my own kid. And he's like, bro, and he drew a cover for me. And as soon as I find it, I'm going to share it with you guys. And I'm kicking around how we're going to do it. We're either going to do some type of Kickstarter. So my daughter's like, if we do a Kickstarter, can you build like a monster hunting kit? And we'll do that as like the prime donation. I'm like, hell yeah, we can.
And do a Kickstarter and do what they did with strings.
What did they do with that?
Did you watch Kickstarter with strings? So strings was done by another retailer. He wrote it, and his son did a cover. His son did a cover for us. But he offered the option to other retailers. He reached out to other retailers, said, listen, if you want to do a limited 100 print run and a 50 foil, it's this much money. And he ran it, and like 10 retailers picked it up, dude. And it was a well-written issue 1. The story didn't pan out, but the issue 1 was great. But he got 10 really good we did one. I think Trinity did an exclusive for it. Like a bunch of people hopped on it. But he got some good artists to do books for him, and it was amazing. And he launched his shit. But on top of that, his son launched his cover career based off of that. His son has done like 15 or 20 covers since then.
Wow.
That's awesome.
But do a Kickstarter, dude. Do a Kickstarter and do a retailer pack where we can do our own exclusive, hire our own artist to do an exclusive. And dude, Hive will do a fucking cover. Hands down, we'll do it.
And people will get behind this thing. Like I'm going to show the cover. Check this out, guys. And you guys get the vibe. Okay. I'll even give you some backstory here. Where's it at? Here we go. This is the cover he drew up because he liked the story.
Oh, that's amazing.
That is amazing.
Basically, isn't that great? So the premise of the story that kicks off, I'm going to give you guys some background. She came up with this. I gave her the characters. I said, write me a story with monsters. I'll give you the monsters. You make up the story, the narrative. And the way the story kicks off is there's a person, female character, kind of in the shadows. There's a little boy. He's tucked into bed, and she's going to read him bedtime stories. But each bedtime story is a different monster that a person is going out to hunt. The lady reading the stories, bad guy. The lady doing the monster killing in each individual story, mama looking for him. Culminates at the very end. We got some cool surprise twists and endings. My daughter's like kicking ass on these, and this is the one of the arts we're going to use for it once we get it all put together and printed.
Claim.
Do you know who I claim? Hey, here's who I claim right now. And
yeah,
I'm claiming
the first retailer exclusive we allow.
Yeah, and I'm putting Alessandro Michelli on it.
Ooh, there you go.
Because Michelli would kill shit like this.
Yep,
that is so cool.
He
wants to make a monster hunting kit and do all this cool stuff, and it's very cool because she's 15.
Listen. You have to push those ideals. Like my son's been writing too. My son does a lot of art, and listen. You ask any successful artist or any successful writer, like what their biggest influence was, 90% of them would be like access. It was access. Like these artists that I know, like I've like $10,000 paintings from artists outside of the comic community. And these guys will tell you that like their parents always bought them spray paint. Their parents always had canvases around the house. Their parents always had access. It was always access. And so for you giving your daughter that outlet of like, write something and having that outlet, that's what creates that greatness is it's access.
Bro, I'm building a powerhouse here. Have you guys been on Whatnot?
Show her success.
Yeah.
From access. The day she buys a new PlayStation or a new couch for her room or some lights or whatever she wants because of what she did, she's going to be hooked for life. That is it. And she will grind and grind.
Have you guys been on my Whatnot recently?
No, I don't follow you on shit, dude.
I don't I don't run my own Whatnot account. My 12-year-old does it.
Nice.
Adam, can sell the shit out of stuff. He's so much better than me. I'm like, Whatnot is yours. I take a percentage. He gets cut. He gets a cut from the sales.
That's awesome.
I think he gets 30% of the sales that he does.
Damn,
cool.
dude, all
Yeah.
25.
I jumped on and his son goes. I jumped on and his son goes, "Oh, hey, it's Red Hood," and I was like, "Dude, I better get off. I'm gonna buy something."
So he runs the Whatnot. Ellie's my writer. Like, we're building that powerhouse over here. Laura is fantastic. Like, I'm just saying, when these kids are of age and they're into who they want to be, we're gonna be a dangerous bunch down here in Arizona.
Laura could sell a nickel to somebody for $1 because she will know more about that nickel, the print date, the depth,
here he is,
fucking ridges. That woman is the most knowledgeable, one of the most knowledgeable women in comics.
Absolutely. Check this out. Give them your spiel, bro. How do you get your dabs?
Yeah, let's hear about your social media.
Let's hear about the Whatnot. Hype it up. This is your chance. There's people watching, lots of people. Where do they find you to do you?
Oh, I'm on Whatnot at 5 p.m. on PST at Monday and Saturday, bro. Just come and join the live, guy. I'm giving great deals up in this house.
Hey, how do I hire you?
Hey,
how do I hire you? Because listen. I don't know if you know this. Are you listening, bud?
Yeah.
So you see, your dad's like not even in the top 25 on Whatnot. I'm like, I'm like in the top 10, like solidified, right? I'm with like 500,000 in 6 months through Whatnot. How do I hire you?
Ooh.
Who's your agent?
Hey, yeah, let's talk after this, huh?
Who do I talk to? Who's
You
your
can
agent?
get my assistant right here, and he'll handle it.
I'll handle your phone call, sir.
Hey, Aunt, on that, I got 150 books boxed up for you to send out to you, brother.
Oh, hell yeah. Hit me up tomorrow, and then I can pull them.
I'm going to ship them out to you. Shoot me out some goodies.
I like it. All right. I took a bunch of time, guys. I appreciate you guys letting us talk about.
You know what would have been great if we would have gotten a hold of Matt Nelson before and carved up an idea of like Brian would be asking him a question and Matt, say what you got to say, bro. Say what you got to say. What the fuck are you saying? I just, for the look on Brian's face, that would have been priceless, dude.
All right, I got a bunch of stuff to go through. Ant, appreciate you, brother. You rock, bro.
Yep,
I'll talk to you tomorrow. I'll give you a call. Make sure you guys are following Bird City Comics. Go check out their IG. Get on their text list. If you guys are the people that are always crying because a Bird City Comics book sells out, man, there's hacks available, and you guys just aren't playing the game. So go get on the text list.
Oh yeah, that saved me so many times from missing a book.
Last thing, if I hear one more damn thing about the bots got them, fucking enough. I
was going to tell you about that.
Oh, I hate it. Must have been all the bots. No, it's not bots, bro. I have a bot protector. I pull all the negative sales out, put the inventory back in real time. There are no bots. You were 10 minutes late to the party on something that sold out 5 minutes ago, bro.
People have such an issue with realizing that many people would want something. We had I don't even remember what fucking book it was, but we had a book that like, so we're on Shopify, right? And do you run on Shopify?
Yeah.
So you've got, okay, so listen guys, when you're on Shopify, you have a I almost even want to just screen share to show you guys. But there's an analytics tab, right? Yeah. And on the analytics tab, you can see live view. Okay. Mm-hmm. It will show you how many people are currently on the website.
Yep.
How many people are actively have open carts, buying something, how many people have checked out, how many people are going to check out, right? Like where they're at in their status, right?
Yep.
We did a book that was a 300 print run indie book that had 900 fucking people. 900 people on the website.
Yeah.
And it sold out and everyone's like, oh, fucking bots, fucking bots, fucking bots. And we're like, listen, the most.
Do the damn math.
The biggest purchase we had was a CGC 9.8 and 3 RAWs. That was the biggest purchase we had. Out of the 350 print run, I had 200 fucking packages to ship. And people were like, oh, it's bots. Bots got in and bought like 50 fucking copies. Blah, blah, blah. Like, no, it's not. We're not selling fucking Nikes, guys. We're selling fucking comic books. The bot problem is not a problem in comics.
Oh yeah,
it is. No, wait, hold on. It is, but if you don't care, if you don't care, it is. If you
yeah, Shopify guys, Shopify does this thing where you get the exclamation point and it'll tell you this person made a purchase and they're 2,000 miles away from their IP.
Yeah.
So Shopify has built-in things where basically it pops up on my screen and go, "Do you want to accept this or not?" And I go, "Denied," and it puts the inventory right back in real time.
Every fucking time you say no. And,
right.
And we had one.
Yeah.
Our last run in 5, we had that. We had one guy who basically had ordered 25 copies through different IPs. We didn't even limit the book. He could have just hopped on and bought 25 and been fine.
Somebody's gonna be pissed if they watch your show right now too. So I had a guy. He was
I canceled every one of his orders because of the way it was. I was like, listen, I can't trust shit with transactions.
And I want to start shit. So I had real quick side story. Then I'm gonna go. I promise. I'll stop hijacking the show. 258 billion genies we posted. Okay. There was 1,400 people waiting on the site.
Yep.
Not everybody was going to get one. There was a 2 limit, and I cleaned house as they were coming through. So everything was legit. I get a message, and I am totally willing to work and help out people that are kind. I had recuperated 6 books from bot sales.
Yeah.
And I had a guy say, "This is frustrating. This shit sucks." And I said, "Sorry, guy. We had over 1,000 people waiting on the site. My apologies. You didn't get one." He sent me back. "You know what? I'm sorry I snapped at you, man. That's my bad. It's not your problem. I appreciate you guys." Boom. I messaged him. I said, "Hey, I got one for you because you took it like a champ." Had another guy, and I hope he's watching this show, call me a bunch of dirty words on this, and I gave him the same spiel. And I said, "Look, if you weren't an asshole, I'd give you one right now because I did get 6 back from bot sales." Well, F you and F yes, and I'm just laughing at my daughter's having a meltdown. She's like, "Does he know where we're at?" And I'm like, "Just relax. I'm the craziest." We're good. And this dude's going nuts, and we're going back and forth. And he goes, "Wait till Sunday, and you see what I post about you." And I said, "Cool. What do you post under? I'll follow you." He's like, "You just wait. My friends know your friends." Sunday came. No fucking post. I looked.
You heard the crickets?
I was digging for it. Nothing. Guys, you catch more flies, or was it bees? Flies or bees with honey?
Flies. You catch more flies with honey than you do vinegar.
I'm not an asshole all the time, but if you're nice and you have a legit issue, I'm probably going to take care of you. That's all we're going to say. We're real retailers. That's how we handle our business.
I have sold. So when we were selling, and I'm sure Ant does the same thing, you keep PC copies. They're trophies for us, guys. Like we do an amazing book. And so the old office, I had a row up along the back wall. It was like the first 25 covers we did. We got to the point where like we would oversell a book or there would be a book damaged on a book that we sold out, and we don't have any. And I was slowly peeling away my PC copies. But it came down to it, like it hurt, but at the same time, like I would rather take care of my customer than take care of myself.
Absolutely.
And when you get to that realization, you realize that, like, listen, the customers that are worth bending over backwards for, you will move the earth for. And there's guys I've had customers. And Ant might very well be in the same boat. I have had a customer reach out to me that was such a great customer that was like, "I need this book. I missed it. I don't have it." And we were selling them for $20. And somebody has one available for $60 on eBay. I have done this. Jonathan and I have done this countless times. We have literally bought our own books off of eBay for 3 or 4 times what we sold them for.
Just to
sell them to a customer at cost, just to make that customer know that we were treating them well.
Yep.
And we have literally done that shit countless times.
McClay, how many guys do you have watching right now?
Dude, we did a
96.
Okay, I'm gonna prove it right now. These are sold out.
Is that one with a remark on it too?
Yeah.
These do not exist. These are I keep 5 of every book I do.
File copies.
5 copies of every book I do. Here's one. McClay, I gotta go. Give this away tonight.
Boom. There we go, you guys. There's one giveaway already.
Go.
So, all right.
It's remarked. Signed and remarked. Stray Dogs number 5, It variant. I don't own any more of these aside from the 5 I pulled from my PC. Here's one of them, so I'm down to 4 now. James is absolutely right, guys. He does what the good ones do. Yeah. Here it is. McClay, have fun with
We're
that. Let me know
not, guys. We're not exceptions to the rule, but Ant Hive, Wonder World, like we're trying to prove to other and Wanted Comics, we're trying to prove to other retailers that like there is a better fucking way to do this shit, and we'll do it the better way. And when you guys see our customer base grow and grow and grow, all these other retailers are like, holy shit, these guys are doing it the better way.
All right, you guys, we're giving that book away right now. You guys know how giveaways work on here. There's multiple giveaways. This giveaway is going to be for the live chatters that have been chatting for the last 20 minutes. Here we go.
Come on, Hive Comics.
Did you write in the chat though?
I don't think I did.
Jesus, Nate 138th is a winning fool, man. This guy is just needs to go buy a lottery ticket. Congrats, Nate 138th. I already got your information. I'll send Anthony over your information, you guys. Congrats, Nate. That's awesome. Nate, let us know if you're stoked. Hopefully, hell yeah, he's stoked. He says, hell yeah, he is stoked. So
it's because of all the Misfits he listens to. That's that's why he won.
Yeah. So congratulations, Nate, on that amazing Bird City Comics It variant homage that is actually remarked, and it looked like it's remarked by Trish. Was it remarked by Trish? Because that was awesome.
Like,
yeah, I would assume so.
So Rhino says, "What is your better way?" Rhino, rewind and watch it. But so we've had this long conversation with Dennis. Dennis had this great conversation with us a month and a half ago. Transparency. It's transparency, and that's a lot of what we talked about tonight. Transparency in print runs and access and everything. You guys should know what you're buying. You guys should have 100% access to know what you're buying, and it's access and it's transparency in access and it's knowledge based on knowledge, and that's what it comes down to. Like, you guys should feel comfortable in your purchase and your investment for what it is. You buy a Coach purse, you buy it because it's authentic. When you buy a comic that's limited to 600, it should be fucking limited to 600.
Yes.
And it should be provable.
Yes.
That it's limited. It should be provable. And if it's not fucking provable, take it with a grain of salt and understand that your investment is not sound.
Yes. And here's the other thing: keep watching Beyond Wednesdays, because this is one of the places where you get that information. Yeah. All right, you guys, let's get into before we get to the 4-hour mark. I want to get into this week's Wizard Rewind, you guys. I have a classic Wizard issue today. I have one of the most classic Wizard issues. Rob Liefeld has been in the news. Yeah. Rhino's got it.
Rewind.
Yeah, we talked about the numbering stuff, Rhino.
Rewind, brother. Rewind, man.
You even talked about that with Nelson too.
Yeah,
Matt Nelson. Yeah. So,
all right, Wizard number 55, the Fantastic Four Jim Lee cover. This is during the time of, is this Jim Lee? Yeah, Jim Lee, Scott Williams. This is when Heroes Reborn was getting ready to start. As we all know, Rob Liefeld has been in the news of late, taking the hits and giving the hits. Him and Don Simpson have been fighting it out lately, but this is one of the biggest books in Rob Liefeld's so-called career. A joke, y'all. Joke. If you don't know what this is, ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to show you.
Oh, I know exactly which one this is.
All right, let's start Wizard Rewind. All right, let's see what we got here. There we go. Okay, Dark Claw. You remember the Amalgam universe, man? Is this backwards to you guys? It is.
Yeah,
Hold on.
Yeah, the image is reversed. Looks like you have a Japanese book, right, Josh?
There you go.
Boom. All right.
Bingo.
That's right. I was wondering.
Yeah, because originally I thought, I was like, is the cover actually reversed like that, where it like Wizards written backwards?
Yeah,
so it actually looked pretty cool. It's fine now.
Hold on, I gotta fix my thing. You guys can still hear me, right?
Yep.
Okay, here we go. All right, let's get into it. Wizard Rewind, issue number 55 from March of 1996. As you guys can see right there, March of 1996. Image, Marvel Image, Wizard 55. Amazing Jim Lee, Heroes Reborn cover with a Crow sequel exclusive set visit. Let's get into it. You start off, you got the old school Amalgam Comics cards that looks like arriving February 28th, 1996. Fleer Skybox presents the official trading card set of the Amalgam universe, Dark Claw and everything. Gotta love that. How about some Angela Glory, old school Liefeld? There you guys go. Here we go. You've got first look at the Sandman concepts of the Dreaming, which is pretty cool. I thought that's very interesting. You also got Terry Moore rejects stereotyping for Strangers in Paradise. All kinds of goodies. Love this right here. Yeah, Web of Carnage shipping this February and all 4 Spider-Man titles. I think, didn't they use this image for one of the 1 in 1,000 variants they did that year?
Oh, is that the Miller one? Is that right?
No.
Who's
Bagley? I think it's Bagley, right?
Looks like
I
Bagley.
could be wrong. Beautiful Death, The Time of Your Life advertisement. Gotta love that. Great series. Always kind of just search around here to see if any of these people are young creators or even comic store owners. Sometimes you'll find in here. So be very interested if there's any comic store owners that have sent in to Wizard back in the time. And of course, my favorite thing, the letter art. Sean Jennings, Nightcrawler, don't know who that is. Danielle Holland did the Harley Quinn, which is pretty nice. Catwoman by Vagus Husson, and Burnout by David Buchanan.
Well, is this something you also have to consider, that like sometimes the artists change their name?
Yes.
So
like Jeffrey Scott.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Harris Comics, Cyberforce. There we go. Or Cyberfrog, I mean.
Nice.
Ethan Van Sciver. You got the wraparound Joe Quesada Palmiotti cover. Foil cover. That's probably a cool cover to be on the lookout for. Vengeance of Vampirella number 25 foil by Quesada and Palmiotti. April 96. Vampirella, more Vampirella. Big deals with Clancy and Tarantino. So Barry Windsor Smith tells his stories. Bob Layton is gone on vacation. We're getting on to the reason I want to show you guys why this book is so important. It's coming up, you guys. Miracle Man on the way back. Let's see what this says. Marlowe and Company has come to an agreement with a host of people and publishers that gives the right to publish the acclaimed comic Miracle Man. Miracle Man was formerly published by now defunct Eclipse and has been trapped in legal limbo for years. The agreement gives Marlowe and Company the rights to all Miracle Man material, both published and unpublished. Well, that didn't happen, right? That didn't last.
Well, it's back to Marvel now, isn't it?
Yeah. Sharpshooter handles Death Dealer. Liam Sharp now working on the Death Dealer stuff. There's the Claremont and Jim Shooter. All right. Terry Moore rejects stereotyping and labeling for relationships and complex characters in Strangers in Paradise. And a lot of people don't realize Strangers in Paradise started out as anthropomorphic cats in adult comics. So very, very cool stuff. Francine and Kachu. The Dreaming. Here we go. We got Vertical explores Sandman concepts in The Dreaming. That's pretty cool. All right. Casting call for X Factor.
Ooh,
Mystique.
cool.
Look at this. They cast Famke Janssen as Mystique. Before she got cast as Jean Grey, Wizard cast her as Mystique. That's pretty interesting.
What year was this?
96.
Okay.
All right, hold on here. They've got Forge, Steven Seagal as Forge.
Nah.
Steve Buscemi as Wild Child. Jasmine Guy from Different World as Shard. Polaris is Victoria's Secret model Stephanie Seymour. And Sabretooth is Clancy Brown from Highlander, famous Clancy Brown. I think he recently passed away. They've got is that Mr. Perfect? Wrestler Sid as Dark Beast. As Val Cooper, they've got Kim Basinger. For Random, they've got Brian Bosworth. And for Apocalypse, they have got whoever this guy is, the guy from John Vernon from Animal House. So not very many great picks there. Blood
Mel
Pool.
does it better.
That looks pretty interesting. Look at that. Look at some of that art. That's pretty good art. Be honest. For back then. Patrick Lee and Joe Duffy. All right, here we go, you guys. The art of the deal. Jim Lee and Rob Liefeld returned to the doors of Marvel Comics in the name of fun. It says here, just so you don't lose any sleep over this, Jim Lee wants to make something clear. Quote, obviously, Marvel is not going to let us kill half of their characters in the first issue or make them into cross-dressing cyborgs or bad girls. And Captain America is not going to be blazing away with a machine gun and smoking a cigar, adds Rob Liefeld. And I've already told Mark Waid that I was not going to be changing Captain America's costume. His response was, whoo. Liefeld did, however, make a slight alteration. He replaced the classic A on Cap's head with an eagle. Well, not only did he do that, he gave him a breast implants. As you guys can see, the famous Captain America image that everybody gives Liefeld shit for is from this issue. This is where that famous image comes from. This is where it was first posted, first published. Only place it was published, I believe. It was in this issue. And it's pretty damn funny. So a lot of people search out, what is that, World's Finest 153 for the famous Robin Batman slap meme issue.
Right.
Well, here's your Rob Liefeld Captain America meme issue for all you guys that want to get that.
That's great.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. So there you go. We got the Crow talking about sequel. Some Brandon Lee stuff. Kurt Busiek.
Never saw any of those sequels.
Yeah, this is Astro City. Spawn Witchblade. That was a great series by Garth Ennis. Got some first appearance, creator first in there. Awesome Marvels stuff. Kurt Busiek talking about Marvels and working with Alex Ross. Oh, Mark Waid, back before he was a complete douchebag. When he was writing Flash, and it says here, Mark Waid, occupation writer of Avengers, Captain America, Flash, Impulse, and X-Men. Base of operations, Pennsylvania, but moves frequently only by his collection of 20,000 comics. Influences, yada, yada. Favorite breakfast cereal, Cocoa Pebbles. Well, he's a douchebag now. Alan Moore and Rob Liefeld, War Child. Did this ever come out?
Let me look it up. And then Dennis, yes, Bloodpool was published. Okay.
War Child. It was an Alan Moore, Rob Liefeld. Look at that. Look at that drawing, dude.
Was it from 94?
Yeah, pouches, man. No, this is...
It's a pouch girdle.
96. Maximum Press. From the acclaimed writer of Watchmen and The Killing Joke and Spawn and the creator of X-Force, Youngblood, and Evangeline comes the epic tale of good, evil, magic, mafia, and Farmageddon.
Yeah, so there is a War Child on my comic shop right now. Issue 1A, and it says it's a Liefeld cover from 94. So that's kind of weird that the dates don't line up.
That is weird.
Oh wait, yeah, it was like a 4-issue miniseries. Is that right?
Doesn't say. It just says War. It just says, I think War Child is the best stuff I've written for Image yet. Alan Moore said. It doesn't say anything about any of that.
Yeah, it doesn't even give a solicitation on it, but it says published December of 94 by Maxim. But that's weird that it's in the 96 magazine.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Badass Cygor Ultra action figure by McFarlane Toys. Lady Pendragon, another Liefeld Maximum Press book. Lots of Liefeld in this. Look at this. Magic the Gathering is the explosive phenomenon that's blowing away competition in comic book stores. Look at that. I wonder if any of these guys are big Magic the Gathering guys. What is Magic? This is 96. Wow, look at this. I did not know this was in here. That's pretty cool. Early Magic the Gathering stuff.
Nice.
Richard Garfield, the man behind the game.
It was a good time to be buying the cards.
Yeah. Comic books have lost out to game cards.
Was that still like when like Alpha and Beta were out, or was it past that? Past that by that point.
I started buying like 94, and I got in at the end of Unlimited, so it was after Alpha Beta.
Here's your BMG, of course, that we all love, and great Billy Tucci She art. Love She. Great character design. Character profile on Kyle Rayner. It says here, Green Lantern, first appearance, Green Lantern number 48 as Kyle Rayner, Green Lantern number 50 as Green Lantern. So that's still the case. Some face drawing.
Ooh, 96. Right. That would have been the 4th year Magic existed, and it would have been what edition does it say? Arabian Night. So that is a good set.
All right, here we go. Drawing board. Let's look for some artists here. First one is Arnie Rattermanis from San Diego. Did this gorgeous American-made cover.
Cool.
Her art piece. That is really nice. And then this is the artist, Arnie Rattermanis. I've never heard of him, but might be still doing stuff in comics. Next, we've got Lady Death, Cybernary, and She by Joe Roney from Susanville, California. This is Lady Death by Chris Long from Claymont, Delaware. That's actually pretty good. Psylocke by Lee Wang Kok from Happy Gardens, Malaysia. That's pretty interesting. Now we've got Aeon Flux from Calvin Armstrong. She from Tony Masdiano. That's really good. Holy cow. Angela looks like a dude. And Fella. That's why it looks like a dude, because it's Ann Fella by Ron Riley from Canada. Look at that Rogue by Daniel Rodriguez, Fort Worth, Texas. That's nice. She by Michael Copa not going to work here anymore. Vampirella by Stephen Bones. That's pretty good. X-Girls by Jeff Stearns. And Wonder Woman by Jim Jefferson. So, pretty cool. All right. Homemade Heroes. This is back when they used to make their own figures. Here's the manga stuff. We've got I don't know what this is.
Which is impressive to do custom figures without a 3D printer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Battle Angel Alita. Look at that. Manga. Battle Angel Alita. Viz Comics. This comic has been around for a long while, and if you haven't noticed it, shame on you. You shake your head in wonder at Yukito Kishiro's outrageous supercharged tale of Alita, the petite cyborg hunter warrior of the dark junk heap of a future reminiscent of Mad Max and Rollerbar. That's pretty cool.
Check out the anime if you haven't.
Phoenix Aftermath Trivia Contest, Maximum Wonder, Minimum Wage, Trailer Park, Hulk leads comic book movie storm. So this is back when they're getting ready to do the Incredible Hulk movie. And it says here, John Turman pitched his Incredible Hulk movie script to Universal. He brought along his beat-up copy of Hulk #1, which he had Jack Kirby sign a few years earlier. Quote, I just knew I wasn't going to get this job, so at this meeting I told Stan Lee, look, in case I don't see you again, can you sign this, Turman said. Turman got Lee's signature and the job with the momentum of the Hulk script, and he then wrote a Silver Surfer script for Constantine film, and recently he sold producer Chuck Gordon a Universal on a Prime film. So, interesting.
There was so much talk of comic movies back then, like,
yeah,
there was nothing, you know. Marvel had sold all the rights when they were going through bankruptcy, so all these rinky-dink little production companies were trying to put stuff together.
I still like that Fantastic Four movie back then.
Kabuki, option for a film. Celebrity profile. Who is that? Power Mouse? I don't know who that is. Maybe she's like a ESPN.
Bodybuilder.
Yeah. What was that show on ESPN? The Gladiators.
Oh, yeah.
Short Takes. A script by David Goyer for a live-action Venom movie for New Line Cinema should be completed by February. Early word is that Carnage will also be in the film. Sources tell Wizard that a Marvel action universe will likely not return in its current form. The future of that show and as yet unsigned Silver Surfer animated series for Fox should determine very soon. Talk about Revenge of the Mask, a sequel for Jim Carrey. Gillian Anderson of the X-Files has already done a guest voice on The Simpsons. Barbed Wire, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers won the voting for the 4th Fox Kids TV takeover. Look at this. Jim Lee's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, Eric Larson's Savage Dragon. Together, they're the baddest force for good. I have never seen these. Look at this. From Playmates.
Oh, I think I do have a Savage Dragon. No, never mind. It's not a Savage Dragon action figure. It's it was from Wildcats.
Wow, yeah, I don't remember those.
She-Dragon. There's the Turtles. That's interesting. I'd never seen those. I wonder if those came out. Here's the famous Star Wars exclusive send-in for the Han and Stolo and Stormtrooper gear. This was a big figure when this came out, man. That's major figure. Toy Biz. All right. Let's see here. I don't think there's anything. Here's some Legend of Zelda 64 they're talking about. Ultra 64. Here we go. Vampirella 1/2 offer. Loved the 1/2 books back then.
I still like picking those up in back issue bins.
Look at that. White Zombie Astro Creep 2000 contest. Ways to win. Enter and Astro Blast through the stratosphere on a collision course with Destiny, and you could win prizes. An original Rob Zombie work of art, a White Zombie autographed guitar, and a White Zombie autographed CD. How to play. Just complete the entry form and mail it in. That's all you had to do. You could have won some cool shit, but that's some pretty cool art, to be honest.
That is cool.
All right, here's your top 10 for 1996. Number 1, Gen 13, the first issue with Jim Lee writing and J. Scott Campbell and doing art. which is interesting. Lady Death #1, the famous chromium cover. X-Files #1 from Topps. Wolverine #1 from 1988. I sold one of these today. A super high grade copy of this. I sold today.
I almost
Nice.
Yeah, man.
How much did it sell for, if you don't mind me asking?
I don't think. I think it sold for like $50, right? Does that sound right, Tony?
Yeah, I think like 58, something like that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. She #1 at #5. I also sold this book. Isn't that funny? I sold this book today too. Wolverine 75. Dawn #1, X-Files #2, Angela #1, and Preacher #1 round out the top 10. This is before they had the top 10 in the same, that purple and red style that Stein uses.
Oh, that format, yeah.
Yeah.
Where it has the boxes and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's
Nice.
that color. So, Love Wizard. Don't want to talk about that yet. Stormwatch #8, comic to watch. Go find Avengers #217. That's one they're saying you should pick up. Captain America 450 is a pick. Death, The Time of Your Life, great series. Untold Tales of Spider-Man. This was such a darling of a series. This was like everybody's favorite Spider-Man series for the longest time. This Untold Tales of Spider-Man. Kurt Busiek was doing it. Batman 529, Green Lantern 73, Flash 112. There's the Hitman #1. Sold a bunch of those the other day. Great series. You guys can see why I love these old wizards. Chuck Dixon, What I'm Reading. Who cares? Where's the Mort of the Month? The tough one. Batman Master Series. Company crossovers, cards, Inquest deck, Magic. Hey, look at that. Marvel rents titles to Image. Look at that. There it is. All eyes are on Jim Lee and Rob Liefeld as they take over some of Marvel's flagship titles.
It's like a quadruple D there, man.
Yeah.
Seriously, it hurts my eyes.
I'm surprised they actually
published it.
Yeah. Let's see what it says. It says, the early reports have it going something like this. Marvel will take 4 of its titles, Fantastic Four, Iron Man, Avengers, and Captain America, sort of lease them to Image creators, Jim Lee and Rob Liefeld, let Lee and Liefeld produce them as they see fit, and then Marvel has the option to take the 4 titles back after the lease expires. Lee will personally be penciling Fantastic Four, while Liefeld will tackle Captain America. Whilst Portacio is reportedly taking over penciling on Iron Man, while the Avengers team has yet to be settled upon. A lot remains to be answered, like how this major industry event will affect the market for these titles and their back issues. What a fucking mistake that was.
Yeah, at least they took them back.
Yeah, thank God. Heroes Reborn, Heroes Return. All right, top 10 artists. McFarlane, Madureira, Campbell, Jim Lee, Quesada. Look at Greg Capullo, you guys. Look at Capullo.
Wow.
That's funny, man.
Is that Miller for Prez or Capullo? I can't tell.
Yeah. Frank Miller. Stephen Hughes at #7. Stephen Hughes getting his due back then. He unfortunately passed away too early. That is the artist of Evil Ernie and Death, Lady Death. Look at Mike Deodato Jr., bro. Before he was showing his Shotokan karate on Instagram, there's Mike Deodato Jr., man. And Billy Tucci with the Flock of Seagulls haircut.
Wait, so you're telling me that Liefeld is not in the top 10 artists?
No.
Even though his giant image is like featured right
That's
there.
why.
Yeah. I thought he changed the comics of the 90s. He's not even in the top.
Top 10 writers, Neil Gaiman, Peter David, Kurt Busiek, Mark Waid, Garth Ennis, Alan Moore, Scott Lobdell, Ron Mars, James Robinson, and Stephen Petruka, who I have never heard of. He did the X-Files, though.
Well, I mean, this issue had Tops X-Files as like one of those top comics, right?
Yeah.
Like
Yep.
number 3.
All right, let's see here. Look at this. Wire into Wizard with American Online, you guys.
Wow.
I swear to God, those old discs with free hours on America Online are going to be collectible someday.
People already
Damn
collect them,
it.
bro.
Are you serious?
I swear to God, man, they are very collectible.
I used to have a milk crate full of them because
Yeah.
I was taking the CDs and gluing them on my wall at my old house.
Yeah.
So I could have like a giant mirror of CDs. But
yeah, bro, the early ones sell for actually a decent amount.
I wonder if I still have them. I probably don't, though.
All right, here we go. Here's our price guide. We'll take a look at a couple books. Jim Aparo, Ron Lim. All right, here we go. Let's see what we can find here. We've got First Supergirl, $250. Action Comics $252, $1,100. First Crypto, $210. Issue Adventure Comics $210. They've got for $2,400. First Silver Age Aquaman is $500. Those are the hot books this month.
There's been a couple Gaiman and Death mentions. What is Sandman 1 and 8 sitting at back then?
All right, let's take a look here. Let's put a pin in that one. So we're gonna find it. I'm trying to see if there's anything interesting here. All American Comics, Alien vs. Predator. A lot of Alien vs. Predator stuff.
Sweet, Dennis. I'm glad I wasn't the only one that glued CDs on the wall.
Yeah. Amazing Adventures. First Punisher. Amazing Spider-Man 129. First Punisher, $250. Amazing Spider-Man 122, $115. First Morbius 125. Issue 50. First Kingpin 350. 300, of course, at that time is $30. No, 252 is $30. 300 is $70. The wedding or the 400 white cover is $26, which was a big deal back then. Archie meets the Punisher. Man, I remember Arachnus. Holy cow. I remember Arachnus. That was a crazy book back then.
What's the one book we always check, no matter what year it is?
300.
Was it 300?
Yeah.
Oh, and then what else? Gobbledygook and TMNT number 1, right?
Yeah. Astro City, Astonishing Tales. Batman Adventures. Here we go. It is not even listed. 8 through 24, $2. Mad Love is listed though. Mad Love, the prestige format, $5, and the soft cover, $8.
For Batman Adventures, is issue 1 like $10 or $15 or something like that?
$5.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Sword of Azrael it went down. First appearance of Azrael was $15. Books of Magic. First Tim Hunter, number 1, $9 back then.
Oh,
number 2 has the John Constantine appearance that's worth $10.
I wonder if G.I. Joe is listed in this one.
Let's take a look. Cerberus number 1, $300. Man. Let's see here. Conan number 1, $190. Daredevil. Let's see here. Daredevil 158 is $50. Daredevil 131 is first appearance of Bullseye is $20. Darker Image, number 1, first appearance of the Max, $5.
I still love that book.
So do I.
Still love the
agree.
Max.
Yep.
We got to get him back some more.
Yeah.
They did that. They did that one series with IDW where it's Batman and the Max, and they got Sam Keefe to even like draw it too. I'm guessing I was probably one of the only few people that read it.
Dirty Pair. A little Adam Warren stuff. Doctor Strange. What was the book that you said that we were talking about?
Are you talking about the G.I. Joe stuff or the...
Yeah, G.I. Joe, that's what it is. Evil Ernie, number 1, $120. Fantastic Four, Flash. All right, let's see here. G.I. Joe. There is G.I. Joe in here. G.I. Joe. Here we go.
Okay.
So G.I. Combat, and then they got G.I. Joe by Marvel from 82 to 84. Number 1, $3. Number 2 through 60, $1.50. And number 61 to 155, $1.
Wow. Oh, it actually made the publishing though, so that's kind of amazing.
Those cartoon properties, they didn't get any respect back then. The Transformers, I mean, even Star Wars, you could get that stuff for cover price, maybe $5.
Yeah, I mean, like it took so many years for Star Wars to command the amount that it's getting now. Like besides, like everyone obviously wanted the 35-cent variant for issue 1 or the first few issues, but other than that, I think I bought a Star Wars 1 for a 9.6 for $100.
Check this out. Hall of Heroes, number 1, was a $20 book, and it was super hot. First appearance of Deadbolt, but more importantly, first work by Trent Kanuga. You guys remember him? He did Creed or whatever it was. And that Hall of Heroes was the place where Ethan Van Sciver got his start. That book was so hot back then.
We're getting our request for New Mutants 87.
Okay.
Whenever we get to that letter.
Yeah.
Reef the Sea Forever. This is a 96 Wizard.
Yeah, issue number 55. The first appearance of Wolverine, $390.
Does it say it's 180 or 181?
181.
That was a lot of cheddar back then, though, man. Like that would more than most people spend on comics in a whole year,
Yeah. Oh, because at this time period, books were $1.25.
Yeah, they were probably $1.25, something like that.
Yeah, depending on the title.
Lady Rawhide, that's a big book at the time. Legends. All right, I'm at the M's. Love and Rockets, number 1, $55. Lynch Mob. You remember Lynch Mob by Chaos Comics? It has that badass Greg Capullo cover. Oh, man, I forgot about that book.
Is that Mars Attacks? Is that a Topps book?
Yep. Mars Attacks, number 1.
They sold a shit ton in the 90s.
Magic the Gathering books. I forgot about the comics they had.
Oh, where it came with the card and everything?
Let's see here. What else we got? New Mutants was right what we're looking for. Milk and Cheese. That's a big book at the time. You can tell the books with the red. New Comics, number 1. First Federal Man by Siegel and Schuster, $7,500. Issue number 1, $14,000. First DC comic, $35,000. New Fun Comics number 1.
Wow.
New Fun Comics number 6, the prototype for Superman, $15,000. Here's New Mutants. You guys ready?
Yeah.
New Mutants number 86 or number 87. It's going down. It is cold, and it's $26 for the first appearance of Cable.
Wow.
All right, first appearance of Deadpool.
$5.
$8.
Oh, I was gonna say 10.
And it doesn't even have Deadpool first. It says first appearance of Vanessa as Domino, Deadpool, and Gideon. First appearance of Psylocke, $4.
Okay.
New Teen Titans number 2. First appearance of Deathstroke is 15, and issue number 1 is 15 also.
Oh, this is a good one. Rise Zero.
Oh, I love this book. You remember Oz? You remember this series from what was the group that published this? I can't remember who published this series, but it was great, man. I remember this book. It was so hot at the time. What was the book you were just saying?
Rise Zero, RAI.
Right, we'll
That
get to
the
that.
book shot, right? Yeah. Yeah, I'm just taking comments from.
Yeah, definitely. That's great stuff. Preacher, $12. Power of Shazam. What issue was that? Shazam for the first Black Adam. I don't see if they even mention it. They probably don't even mention it in here. That was Shazam 28, right? Primer, first Grendel, $65 back then. That was a big book back then, man. Here you go. First She. Razor, which is Razor Annual number 1. First appearance of She, $42. Wow, man. I would actually like to get that book now. I'd like to own one of those. Sandman number 1, $65. Sandman number 8, $50. The Karen Berger, $165. How about this? Issue 18, the Air cover, or the Air, where the first 3 panels are blue, $80.
Wow.
Oh wow.
That was on the radar early.
Number 50, the Platinum version, $50. And number 75 hadn't even come out yet.
Oh, I've been meaning to ask you, Tony. What'd you think of the Netflix Sandman series?
I loved it.
Yeah,
I loved it. I want to watch it again.
Did you even watch that bonus episode they added like later?
Yep.
Yeah.
Here we go. She number 1 is $35. How about She Cyblade, the Battle of the Independents, first appearance of Witchblade? Doesn't even mention it in this, so nobody really knew who Witchblade was at this time. That's interesting.
Oh yeah, you passed R.A. Is it Ray or Rye?
Didn't I already find that? Didn't I already talk about that? No, I talked about She. R-A-I. Okay, Q-L-N-O-P-Q-R-S. R-A-I. Rye.
Yeah, because issue 0 is the first Bloodshot.
$8.
I think Valiant books had more value then than they do now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Silver Surfer, Spectacular Spider-Man. You know, it was a big one back then. It's always been big. Is that Spectacular Spider-Man number 27, which is first Frank Miller Daredevil, $17.
Nice.
Yeah. Strangers in Paradise, Starman, Stormwatch. Strangers in Paradise number 1, $40. Lois Lane, Submariner, Turtles, right?
Oh yeah, TMNT 1.
Look at this. Subtle Violence, Cry for Dawn Productions. Joseph Michael Linsner was to be Cry for Dawn number 10 first writer, $32. I bet you that book is cheap as hell right now. What was I just saying?
TMNT.
Oh yeah, TMNT. Tales of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, number 1, $7. All right, here we go. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Number 1, $330.
Not bad.
Yeah.
So cheap.
First color Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle number 7 was 14. Number 8 was 10.
Ooh, here's a good one. They're asking about Wolverine 88.
I don't even think that had come out yet.
Let's
take a look. Wolverine 88.
I thought that was like 94, wasn't it?
I mean, if it's in there, I'm literally gonna guess like $1. So
yeah.
Oh, here we go.
No more than 3.
Healing Factor Returns Deluxe Edition with glossy stock, $2. The regular edition, $1.50. They don't even mention Deadpool.
Nice. Oh, Ryan, we did 300. It was like ASN 300. It was okay, yeah. And then 252 was like what, 30 or something like that?
Yeah.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah. There's X-Men stuff. X-Men stuff was so hot back then. It was always yellow. Always.
Apollo, they were buying New Mutants 98 for Copycat.
Yeah.
As Domino.
Man, that's crazy. All right, that is your Wizard Rewind. These are all the cards. The Julie Bell and Boris Vallejo stuff, they didn't come out till 97, right? Marvel Masterpieces. Wow, look at this. Marvel Masterpieces from Fleer 1995, a full set, $35. A full emotion set, $125. Marvel Metal. Man, you could get those things for cheap back then.
Cool. You know, my dad used to, well, a lot of people, they still do. You go to garage sales or whatever, antique shops and buy old magazines, and then they'll cut out, they'll like razor blade out different ads, you know, for cigarettes or cars or whatever, back from the 40s, 50s, and you don't even have to frame them. You can just put them on a backer and sell them. But I bet there would be a market for, I'm just thinking like that Rob Zombie page or that full page ad for the Death comic that was at the beginning there. If you slice that out nicely, I bet you could get $20 a piece for each of those.
Well, how about this? This is right at the time when the new Power of the Force 2 was coming out. Star Wars Power of the Force, 1995, and it has all the fucking variants in it, which is awesome. I used to geek out over this so much. C-3PO at the time from Power of the Force 2 was an $18 figure for some reason. Princess Leia was an $18 figure because they thought it was short packed because she was a chick. I also remember at one point they thought the Lando Calrissian was short packed too, because they said that they short packed black figures and women. The Boba Fett had the half circle, but they haven't figured any of that stuff out. They had just come out. All the different variants and stuff on that is so much fun. Got the X-Men figures. Look at this Wizard autograph price guide.
Oh, nice.
I didn't know they ever did this. Look at this. It says, hey, check this out. A guide for pricing signed comics. All right, give me an artist.
Oh, do Jay Scott.
McFarlane.
All right, McFarlane.
Let us know, chat.
J. Scott Campbell. They're saying his autograph is worth $6, so add $6 to a comic for J. Scott Campbell. McFarlane. $10. Add $10 to a comic.
What did Stan Lee pull down?
All right, you got to do Liefeld.
Yeah, we're getting requests for
Stanley is $20. You want to know who are some of the expensive ones? Russ Manning is $100. Steve Ditko is $500.
What about Kirby?
Kirby is $300. Carl Barks is $200.
Kirby was a hack. No.
Mike Diodato, $30.
I would sell my soul for a Kirby signature.
I know.
What about Liefeld? Is he on there?
Yeah, Liefeld is
Liefeld's actually a hack. So there we go.
-6. That's my guess.
-6.
$5.
Whose hands are that? Wait a minute. Who's looking through that?
Oh,
me. This is me.
Brian, your hands, brother.
How about Frank Miller?
Dude?
How about Frank Miller? What's he on
Frank
there?
Miller? Frank Miller's $30.
Okay.
JC
Wow.
Stan Lee was only $20.
Yeah, Stan Lee was only $20.
He even signed
Hey,
a
what
shit ton back then.
was that Chaos Orb? Next page.
Hold on, real quick. Look at this. Basil Wolverton is $300. Wally Wood is $250. The highest one is Bill Everett at $600.
Oh yeah, is Frazetta on there?
Frazetta is
200.
200. Yep.
Yeah.
Man, that's crazy.
That's cheap for Frezzy though.
Yeah. Chaos Orb. There you go, bro.
Nice.
This has a Magic the Gathering article in it, James.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. That Chaos Orb's actually a big deal. That card's a big deal.
Wow.
Because
so look for Inquest number 12. This card came in Inquest number 12.
Yeah, that's a big deal. That's a beta.
Yeah, because you used to flip it, whatever it lands on, it destroys.
Yep. That card was pulled. That was one of the first cards pulled from tournament play.
Yeah. Really?
Chaos Orb. Yeah.
Well, we need to go find Inquest number 12, you guys. Is there any Inquest number 12s available unopened, still polybagged?
No, brother. There ain't none, brother.
All right, so that is Wizard Rewind, you guys. We're gonna get into pickups real quick, and I've got some great pickups today, you guys. But first, we're gonna start off.
There's actually one sealed one on eBay right now.
For how much?
Is there? No shit.
It's up for buy it now for 120 or starting bid 74 with no bids.
Wow.
That's not bad if the card's in good shape. That actually is not bad. But that's what the card goes for raw near mint. But
shout out
that's good
to the amazing Drew at Wanted Comics and this awesome Creepshow #1 David Mack variant that he did.
Can I be honest, as a retailer that did a Creepshow variant, can I be honest and lay homage where it is?
Oh,
that is the greatest. That is the best Creepshow variant.
Yeah, that's sick.
Oh,
I agree.
Before someone buys that Chaos Orb, it's an oversized Chaos Orb. It's not the standard.
Oh,
Magic
so or whatever.
Yeah, so just be careful.
So on this, look at that and tell me what of that is so outside of David Mack's work. That is such a big departure that it was.
Ooh.
Who in the hell would have put David Mack on this book? I just want to say that, like,
and say do it acrylic style, which he never does.
Who would have put David Mack on this? Who in their right fucking mind would have said, David Mack, hey, do this? And he killed it. He fucking killed it. And Drew asked us if we wanted some of these, and we're like, no, we're good, man. We got our own cover. And I've never regretted a decision more in my professional life. Because ours is good. We did Felix Morales does great pre-code homage, right? He did all of our Ice Cream Man. He killed it, right? We thought ours was the best, and then we saw he sent us pictures. There you go. And then he sent us
one right here, you guys.
And we're just like, holy shit, dude.
So it's limited to 500. Yeah,
and I'll say it first. Don't buy ours. If you have not wanted comics, if you had not bought this one, don't buy ours. Buy this one first. Buy our second.
Look how good that looks, bro. And the
amazing.
different light.
It's so fucking. Did he do a virgin?
I don't know.
No,
if he didn't do a virgin, then I take back everything I said, and he's a fucking idiot. He's a hack. He's a hack.
You need to trade on that.
So we're gonna give this away, you guys. This is care of Wanted Comics. We're gonna give away to. We're gonna pull the winner next week. So make a comment on the YouTube video in the comment section. Make any comment. I don't care what the comment is. Go make a comment. Tell us what you think of the show. Anything. And if you make a comment, you have a chance to win this copy right here, care of Wanted Comics. It's Wanted Comics with an X. This is a beautiful David Mack Creepshow variant. You can find this if you guys want to just go buy this. Go to wantedcomics.com. It is available on their site. It's limited to 500 copies. So shout out Wanted Comics. Beautiful Creepshow variant. All right,
Brian, what are you up to on subs?
We are at 1,131 subs.
Okay, so let me show you something real quick. Give me like 20 seconds. I'm gonna go grab this real fast.
All right. I'm gonna show some of my pickups real quick. This is awesome right here. So I talked about how I collect these, and this was one of the few ones I didn't have. And Doc Joe reached out to me and said, "Hey, I'm gonna send you one. This is the only Marvel Star 25th anniversary frame variant book that I don't own, and this one is a tough one to find, man. And he sent it to me. Sent it to me for free. Yeah,
that's badass.
Yeah,
my son's actually been hunting that book.
Oh, it's tough, dude. Last issue in the run, I believe, one of the probably toughest, if not the toughest, 25th anniversary frame variant books that you can find. So shout out to Doc Joe. I appreciate that guy more than he knows, and congratulations to him. Another grandkid born for Doc Joe. So
nice.
Yeah, congratulations, brother. Hopefully you got to spend some time with the new little one, and it's just been a blast. And he scored an amazing Star Wars haul thanks to the quick work of Yee, Nate, and Joe and myself. And Nate just really helped them out. Him and Trey got a great Star Wars haul. You guys can go check that out. Trey showed all the amazing figures they got on last Wednesday's On the Radar. I'm going to clip it because it was so good, but go check out the show just to be safe.
Are you selling that?
No.
I'm like, Brian, if you sell that, tell me what show. I'm gonna buy for my kid.
I bought this on eBay. I saw it and I went, that's cool. I've never seen that. This is the Spider-Man Velocity #1, the Gameverse.
That's what's GameStop exclusive.
Yeah. It's the fourth printing of this. I've never seen this. This is badass, dude.
Looks like
yeah, that's sick.
Yeah, it is Audie Gronoff. So
yeah.
I bought that. Then you guys, I got.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
You want me to talk about it?
Yeah, go for it, brother.
All right, here we go.
Hey, Aaron got one too. Aaron got one too.
Yeah.
So
okay, so I don't have to grab mine then.
No, you're good.
This is super cool, you guys. So I got 2 packages from Hive Comics. I was so stoked. The first one I opened, and then the second one I opened just made it even more amazing. I got the awesome Creepshow variant.
Nice.
Beautiful Creepshow variant.
We bought the OA, by the way. Jonathan hit me up and he's like, dude, did we buy the OA? And I'm like, why are you even fucking asking me? Bro, why are you even asking me this right now? Yes, we buy the fucking OA.
Yeah, this is badass, dude. This is one of the better ones, that's for sure.
It's so good.
This right here, oh my god, dude, how good is this cover? The way the foil pops on these, and then the autograph looks so fucking good. This is the Curse of Cleaver County.
Listen, we've been getting Garrett Gunn signatures before anybody knew who Garrett Gunn fucking was, right? And that dude's signature, he knows, man, that dude's a master now. That's
Look how it pops.
Oh, yeah.
Dude,
He's
this cover
got a
is
whole
so
library
good.
of pens right now. It's fucking crazy.
This cover is so great, man. I'm so glad I got this. And then look at this, dude. This is gorgeous, dude.
Mindset foil.
Oh, who did this?
That's Whatnot, brother.
Oh my god, dude.
That's a Whatnot. Simmons.
Oh yeah.
Martin Simmons, I think, did that for us. Yeah.
Drummond.
Which Martin Simmons, like, listen, he's been in the industry for 15, 20 years, like, but it's still fucking underrated. Like,
this is Drummond.
Ricardo Drummond. There you go.
Yeah. Beautiful, man. Gorgeous. And then
a good read as well. So if you haven't read Mindset, start it.
Mindset's great.
One of the nicest guys in comics, one of the most amazing artists in comics, John Jiang.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude.
That's cool. I like that one.
That's the director. Director recently got attached to that project. So.
Oh my god, dude, that's beautiful. And then I got the trifecta with the Tool rock and roll biography. I got the print of it, and then James that I traded James for, and then Jonathan sent me the 9/8 signature series.
Oh,
so are you kidding me, bro?
That is signed. So hey, I got to tell you.
Are you kidding me, dude?
Listen, I gotta tell you, brother. We've been holding on to that book for you for damn near a year.
Yeah, dude. I am so stoked about this.
So we own the poster. Jonathan and I bought one of the original posters from 1991. That Tool poster. It's the first poster that artist produced. First ever poster he produced was for Tool concerts, and it ended up being the first Tool poster. So we knew Brian's a band fan, and he's an art fan, and he's a comic fan. So this is signed by this isn't signed by the writer, guys. This is signed by the artist
Lindsay
that made
Kuhn.
the poster.
Yep.
He
does a lot of famous
who made the fucking poster, and the dude is a legend in the poster community for like this is the Jesus Christ of fucking like this is the easiest way I can put it.
It's so good, dude. I am so thankful. I was thankful that I got the original print that you gave me, and then when I saw this, I was geeked out, dude. All right, so that was all,
brother. We've been holding out onto that for you for a long fucking time, man. Because we could have sold that. We could have sold that for $400, $500, like any fucking day of the week. We're like, no, this is good. This is Brian.
It ain't going nowhere. But then you guys, it gets even better.
I didn't realize Jonathan had sent him all those goodies, so I sent him some goodies.
So then I get double. Look at this, you guys. Are you kidding me? James, tell everybody about what this is.
So guys, this is the so we had this great idea, and it's funny. I was telling Brian not to get too long-winded on it, but I had this awesome idea, and then we had another retailer that had the same idea that told us we should do it. And then Jonathan hit me up a week later and was like, hey, we should do this. And so three of us independently were like, we should do this one thing. So what we have here is a list of the exclusives that are in the box. And this basically it's half an hour's worth of Whatnot retail.
Look how badass I already opened this and went through it. So it looks better even when you first get it.
Yeah.
It's a little out of order, but man, dude, this presentation on this box is great, dude.
So it's half an hour's worth of Whatnot retail. On the label is printed. This is this cover, this book, this artist, this print run. All the info is there for the seller, and then the books are in there.
Twig number, it says here, twig number 1, Drew Zucker black and white variant, limited to 500.
Yep. Boom. So the retailers know what in the fuck they're selling.
Yep. Next book. Oh man, dude, I am so stoked about this, dude.
Dude, check out that board. You could kill somebody. Tell me you couldn't kill somebody with that board.
That's what I was like, what the hell, bro?
Yo, brother, that's a 58-point board.
Amazing. Look at that, dude.
It's a board. You build a house for that shit.
Yeah, that's gorgeous, bro.
We don't ship with those anymore because they're too fucking heavy.
Yeah, too heavy. Yeah. So Stray Dogs, Dog Days, right? Or Stray Dogs 2. This is the Chad Harden variant, limited to 666, right?
Uh-huh. Yep.
Wow.
Wait,
this is the.
Isn't that Trish? That's Trish.
No, that's the Harden issue 2. Let's say Chad Harden issue 2. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, because we met at Baltimore last year. We met the girl that bought the away.
Yep.
Yeah, but she did the so the person that she bought it from did the color work.
Oh, okay.
She didn't buy it from Chad. She bought it from the guy that did the color work.
Gotcha.
And Chad wasn't supposed to give the OA to the color guy. The color guy sold it for way too cheap. That's a fucking whole story. Yeah. Because Chad was going to sell those for like $2,500 to the store that we worked with. And she sold it for like $600 a piece after she did the color work. Yeah, it was fucking crazy.
So this is the Cult of Dracula #1. Mary Key variant, limited to 666. That is beautiful, dude.
I think I bought one of those from you guys.
Yeah, Marie Key is the next Momoko, guys.
Yeah. Oh yeah, love these. There we go. Beautiful. Who's this? This is
shared
Stan.
exclusive.
Yeah,
and exclusive. We shared with
with Bird City.
Yeah, with Bird City. Yeah, hell yeah, we did.
What is it? Moon Knight, Black, White, and Blood.
Black, White, and Blood 1. Yeah.
Limited to 1,000. Beautiful, gorgeous. Oh man, these look so good, bro. This is like your some of your greatest hits.
Bro, it ain't even the fucking greatest hits, man. That's the crazy thing, dude. I struggled to put that box together because I'm like, I don't want to be too great, but I don't want to be too shitty. But like, dude, brother, this ain't shit compared to what we got.
This is the Ice Cream Man. Is this the Ice Cream Man number
6, I think
26? Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, that is beautiful. It's limited to 500.
Listen,
gorgeous homage to pre-code horror.
Yep. All bagged and boarded and My Light 2s. Yeah. Every book is in My Light 2s.
Beautiful, dude. Beautiful presentation. There we go. We got Something is Killing the Children in here.
21.
Couple
that's
first appearances.
That's a key. That's a minor key. First appearance.
Oh man, I
think there's like 2 in there.
This is limited to 1,000. This is the Sant Fung variant.
Santa Fung, yeah.
Man, that is gorgeous. He's got a great freaking signature on those things too. It really pops. That's beautiful, dude. Oh, here's the House of Slaughter. #1. This is the Mobili variant. Francesco Mobili.
Francesco Mobili. This is their shared exclusive. Yeah.
This is limited to 1,250. Beautiful. Oh man, this is one of my favorites, bro.
DOT 12, baby.
Dude, look how good that is, dude.
The greatest cover Hive Comics has ever done, in my opinion.
Oh, it's beautiful, bro. Gorgeous. Then this is the trade dress version of Black, White, and Blood, which is just as beautiful. The trade dress looks amazing on it. This one is gorgeous too.
What's the furthest place from here? 1, Aaron Bartling.
Oh man, this is just ripe for an Aaron Bartling freaking
right.
Yeah,
perfect. Yeah,
that's beautiful.
I still need to listen to that record.
It's good, man.
I mean, and I like Jawbreaker too, which is the funny part.
It's good.
Yeah.
And what's up with this?
Dude, that was what. Okay, so that book is the first Stan Yak book we ever did.
Which book is this? Hold on here.
It's on that list. Hold on. I gotta look. Origins. It's not Origins. Hold on.
I don't know, but it's fucking beautiful.
Oh, it's amazing. And the colors on, dude, we did medals of that were fucking stupid.
All right, here we go. Look at this one, you guys. Ice Cream Man, of course.
Oh, dude, it's not on the list. I didn't put it on there.
That's beautiful.
Sorry. Beyond the Breach. Beyond the Breach. Bob Tkachuk.
Okay.
Bob Tkachuk variant. Yeah. And then Ha 6. Felix Morales. Yeah.
Morales. Oh, look at here we go. That's some early Momoko.
Early first Marvel Momoko, actually.
Yep. And might be my favorite in the whole thing. The Javin Jordan bunny mask foil.
Can I just say, listen, we killed it with that cover.
Yes.
Have you seen what Rabbit Comics? Have you seen
look
like
at that, dude? Look at that right there. Oh,
they leaned so hard into this book, into Bunny Mask, that Rabbit Comics got Ivan Tao to do most of their covers for Bunny Mask, and they killed it. Ivan Tao killed this fucking book. And again, like I'll be humble. Our cover is great. The fact that it's foil and so low print, I think puts it the best. But
limited to 300. Early Javin Jordan. What's Javin Jordan's first cover?
That would be a Dennis question.
I mean, like
we might have done it.
Like not a Kickstarter cover, because
yeah, we might have done it.
I want to know what his first artwork is. We're gonna have to get Illust on here again.
Yeah.
All right, the Ivan Tao. Oh, love it, love it.
That's another Bird City shared.
Yep, amazing. So great job on the box. And what is your plan with this? So what's going on with this?
So if you're a Whatnot seller and you want to buy these from us, we have an exclusive code. You guys hit us up on Instagram. And it's I think it's 150 for the box. It's less than half MSRP.
So this is what's great about this.
We're only doing 30 of them. And from here on out, like I was telling Brian earlier, like from here on out, this is the pilot program, right? So from here on out, though, if you buy one now, you're going to be the first available to get one every month. And from here on out, guys, we're going to be pushing we're going to do metal limited to 30 or 50 that you can only get them through this box. So you guys will get if you're a retailer, like you get that. You remember the retailer promise for Josh? What was that book you got burned on?
Good Boy, the Whatnot book.
Brother,
yeah.
We're trying to do it, but better. So we're going to limit these to 30 to 50 max. And that's it. And when they're gone, they're gone. And it's only for retailers. If you are a casual consumer and you buy this, we're canceling your order. You have to be a verified retailer. And,
awesome, dude.
And we're going to get to the point where we do metals limited to 50 that are only in this box. And the only way you'll ever get them is from a retailer that bought this damn box. And that's it. And we're gonna out whatnot on Whatnot is our thing. And here's the thing. Jack told us to do this. Other higher ups and Whatnot told us to do this and said, listen, this is a great idea. Do it better than we could. And we're like, okay, do it better than you guys could. Okay, challenge accepted. Here we go. And so here's what we're doing. You know,
so did you tell Whatnot in your meeting? Hold my beer.
Yeah, no. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. You guys want to hear a little bit? And I told Brian earlier. The meeting I had with Jack this last week was a lot of it. It was a catch up. Like I am Jack's friend. Okay. Jonathan is Jack's friend, so it was a very friendly conversation. He wanted to catch up. But a lot of it was like, where's it going? Where's Whatnot going? Where are things changing? Because I mean, it's their bread and butter. Like, you've been my best friend, but like when you control my bread and butter, we're gonna talk about business, you know. And so we had some good.
Hey, Lords of Brooklyn, I got 6 jobs. I ain't ever get tired.
And I will say there's a lot of stuff that I probably can't say or shouldn't say, but I will say this. They brought on a lot more people. So they have recently, in the Comic Central space, they brought on a lot more people to deal with when we send emails off to want to talk to somebody about what's going on. It's not just Jack and Adam. It's Jack, Adam, Susan, and like 4 other fucking people. So now there's more people to respond to our issues and concerns, and that's supposed to be implemented cyclically over the next like month. So hopefully here soon, guys, if you guys have a question or concern, it will be addressed at a much more rapid pace than it was ever addressed before. And to me, that you tell me the one thing Whatnot was lacking, that was what it was. It's not customer service, it's seller service. Who in the fuck do I talk to when I've got a problem? And now it sounds like they're actually paying attention to that. And I'm damn, dude, I'm so fucking stoked for that. I'm sad I have to make a new relationship, dude, because my relationship with Adam, dude, that's my boy.
Yeah, I like.
He served in the same Marine Corps unit I served with. Like, that's my boy, and he's my boy no more. You know, I got somebody else to talk to, but I mean, when it comes down to it, I mean, the ability to outreach to people that give a fuck and have the ability and the time to give a fuck, versus somebody who is working 8 positions like Jack was and being so goddamn overloaded to an unfair ability, but still being pushed as the forefront of Whatnot comics. Like, it wasn't fair to Jack. It wasn't fair to Whatnot. It wasn't fair to the community. And so now we're going to get these emails with these new people that we can contact and talk to and bullshit. Like, that's fucking great. So
yeah, continue. That's what we have to do. We have to continue.
I'm so excited for the future of Whatnot. I mean, the future of Hive on Whatnot, the future of the rest of you on Whatnot. Like, stoked for the changes, and we'll see how it goes. So and fuck Benzi. So
anybody got any pickups?
Yeah, I got a pickup right here from Benzi.
Yeah, I have a few things.
All right, let's hear it.
All right,
Josh.
All right, so
talk to your homie.
I would show comics. Wait, Brian already showed what I also got, but here are some cards I got. I picked up this Kyle Tucker auto.
Nice.
Really
nice.
Out of 99. It's from Clearly. So that's like it's like a $90 box. So what's the chances of actually pulling this? But I got the card for like $20. So I'm not complaining.
What's the box?
Clearly Authentic.
Yeah, from Tops.
Who does that? Tops. Okay.
Yeah. I'm starting a new Jaw Rainbow, so I picked up this choice card for less than $100. So I was like, instead of paying like $600-$700 for a box and probably not ripping it,
bro,
I was
Jaw is the fucking guy. 10 years from now, 10 years from now, we're gonna be like, oh, he's got 4 championships, and
I mean,
Jaw's the fucking mind, dude. Don't sell them shits.
Yeah, so I mean, Rookie of the Year, Most Improved Player, so
bro,
so he's gonna keep him going. Yeah.
He's fucking nuts. Don't sell those cards, goddammit.
That's beautiful.
So this is a Darren Baker. So
Spectrum Prism. What is that?
So this is his Bowman's first. This is a green shimmer out of 125. Dusty Baker's son.
That's cool.
Yep.
Yeah, that is cool.
Second year K. Brian Hayes from Pristine. I'm not gonna pay for that much for a box, so I was like, why not? Some Max Muncy first Chrome. I was just like hopping around and Whatnot. I bought a comic from Brian, and he threw in all these extra cards, like some Nolan Ryan Astros cards. I haven't looked through all of them yet, so I just left them in the card saver. But he also threw in this Kyle Tucker, which I thought was really cool because I have the Otani like this as well. And then so I was like, I was pretty stoked.
Kyle Tucker's a fucking stud, bro.
I know. So I was like, when I saw that, I was like, dang, thank you so much. And then I also picked up this Jaw as well. So this Mosaic, 9.5. So pretty decent deal. And then I wasted my money on some Topps Chrome blasters. So we'll see what happens with all that. But yeah, that's pretty much all I had around me.
Can we just say real quick? Aaron just talked about sports cards. Can we just say now listen, this hurts me. This pains me. Pains me deeply in my soul. Put me at center stage, Brian. Put me center stage here. Because I have to lament here. Can we just congratulate Aaron Judge?
Yeah.
So listen, I'm a diehard Red Sox fan, and I hate it. And the other night, he gets up to bat, and he's got this look on his face. And you know the look. You guys, if you're a baseball fan, you know the fucking look, right? And he gets up to bat, and my wife goes, "Oh, Real Housewives of Salt Lake started," right? And that's her jam. And I'm like, "But babe, Aaron Judge is up to bat." And she's like, "But it's the Yankees and Real Housewives of Salt Lake." So I'm like, "Okay, here you go." So I'm sitting at the table, and she's watching Real Housewives in the kitchen. And I'll give you guys a tour of my house one of these days. It's fucking great, but same area. So I'm watching on my phone. And of course, he hit 61.
Uh-huh.
And I'm excited because for the American League post-steroid era, these fuckers are getting tested at such a high rate. He ain't juicing. This dude is just a fucking beast. And if he was on the Red Sox or he was on the Dodgers or he was on any other team in baseball, we'd all be rooting for his ass. But he's on the Yankees, so he's kind of an anti-hero. He hits that 61 and run backs home. They grab the ball, give it to his mom. His mom gives it to the son, the grandson, and this dude does his business. And I fucking hate it, but we're talking sports real quick. Hats off. The rest of the season, no ERA, no WAR, no nothing. Will be better than what that man has accomplished this season. Whether he breaks it or not, he tied it. Tied the American League record, a record that's been standing strong for from 1962 until now. From one of the greatest batters of all time, who very shortly broke the record of Babe Ruth. So, hats off to Judge and
he did a great fucking job, man.
And if the dude spends the next 12 years in Major League Baseball, he's gonna be one of the greatest baseball players that ever graced a baseball diamond. And unfortunately, the Red Sox did not draft him. So,
well, there's a chance that he could go to the Red Sox. I don't know if you heard that. There's talk. They asked him, "Hey, what do you think about?" Yeah,
our draft team fucking sucks shit, bro.
Hey, Dennis.
The ball so many fucking times.
Hey, Dennis. Thank you for Verlander.
And that dude is born. Listen, there is a cult of personality when it comes to New York because here's the thing: New York is a money market. The Dodgers and New York. You go there and you get your $12 million contract. That's great. You also have a $10 million advertising contract. Boston ain't that. LA, the Dodgers, and New York, the Yankees. That's where it's at. Because you can make your $20 million baseball contract and you can make another $20 million doing commercials. But you can't do that anywhere else. It's literally New York and it's LA, and that's it. So I don't think it's going to happen. If it happens, brother, amazing. Yeah. I would take that as a Red Sox fan. I would take if he signs on for 7 years, we got 3 World Series. That's all I'm saying. We got 3 World Series, but it ain't going to happen. He ain't going to fucking go from Yankees to Red Sox. No fucking way. No way. Never going to happen.
Dennis, Kate was like, the factor that convinced Verlander to move to Houston.
Really?
Yeah, she's like, "Oh, you should move to Houston."
And
I mean, if she asked me to move to Houston, I'd stay in Houston.
Yeah, she's so amazing, bro. She's so amazing. It's gonna be interesting to see what she looks like in 20 years, though.
I mean, look at Cindy Crawford now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still fuck her.
You got any pickups?
Where's Red Hood? He got me.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
got my back on
Anybody
that.
else got any pickups?
Yeah, I got some pickups.
All right, let's get into it.
All right.
Oh, oops. I'll let you do it.
You're good, brother.
I don't pick up shit.
Yeah, I did it wrong.
No, I think we both did it at the same time.
I had a hurricane. I don't know if you guys were aware. I had a hurricane hit me, so I have no pickups this week. I had new golf clubs. I had new golf clubs show up, but that's
Anybody else? Anybody else out there? Like you just let boxes come in and you like don't even open them as they come in.
Yes.
Yeah,
I do that.
I do that. I do that for like months and months and months, and then I spend one day just open them all, and it's like Christmas.
Yeah. And then you find a couple that you put on some shelf somewhere else. You're like, oh, sweet. It's like Santa Claus. But hey, jumped on, something that we forget to do sometimes is go on the website of the creators, of the artists, of the writer.
Yes. 100%.
Souza Micah signed just a beautiful,
amazing,
gorgeous
signed sheet. It's got a little remark, a little chrome tooth up there along with it. And then same thing on her Catwoman.
I love that. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But they're out there. Like,
yeah.
After they disappear on eBay, they're still there, and they're probably cheaper.
Yeah.
Was that the second print, or was that the 1 in 25? I can't remember. What's the last number on the UPC?
It's the 1 in 25. That's the 1 in 25.
That's the 1 in 25. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. 100% hands down case closed.
Oh,
yeah.
Patrick in the chat saying the purple second print. Purple is
going to be
print.
big someday.
Okay.
No,
this
I
is
don't.
purple.
Patrick, no, it's not.
Well, what's the last number on the UPC?
It's a dark purple.
That's it. No.
2.
Then it's the second print.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, the 2 on the last number of the UPC is.
It could also be B. It could also be B.
No, so the first 3 numbers is the issue.
I don't care if that's 9th print. I just like it. No worries.
Aaron.
We've been. Ant was on here earlier, I guess.
Aaron, we're not getting in this argument.
First 3 numbers and
I love.
There's so many
The
graphics.
377 homage covers.
Nice.
Got the whole set from this
Love
was Bird
them.
City. I think they were $1,000 a piece.
Gorgeous.
I'm not very much of a completionist, but that is an homage set that I'm trying to put together. I don't have the 3rd print, and then there's like Josh, isn't there one from Finland or something like that? Like a black and white version of the original Hulk 377?
Yeah, it was one of those like subscriber copy books, I think.
Okay.
Can we real quick, Josh? That haircut, brother.
I don't look like a bum anymore.
Bro, you're looking smooth as shit. What the fuck is that?
He went to a wedding.
Yeah.
Mr. Still your girl, dude. I gotta keep my wife away from the laptop now. What the fuck is that?
So found these at Half Price Books, but it's just an artist. Alice X Zhang?
Yeah.
Zhang. She
Yep.
doesn't do a lot of comic covers.
No, she hasn't done a lot in the past.
She does a certain number of like kind of like Mondo style posters for Bottleneck. I got a Princess Leia poster that she did.
I was gonna say she's done Star Wars. Yeah,
she's done a lot of. She must be a fan of the British stuff because she's done a lot of Doctor Who. She's done a lot of Sherlock Holmes, but she needs to get more time out there. And then again, these are just kind of random. I went through life without ever really seeing this damn thing. I love that cover, man. That's the little Doctor Strange number 180, 12 center.
Brian, can we do a
Eternity?
Brian, can we do a thing on your show on Saturdays? Let's do it, Brian. Let's do a thing.
Oh, what's the thing?
We all bring one piece of art, whether we own it or not. That's from an artist that like basically nobody fucking talks about.
I do that, dude. I have a
got you.
I end the show with my IG checkout on arts, and so I'm down to do that. We can
let's
make it a
do a
segment.
thing where we all bring
Yeah.
one that we're like, hey, this artist is like, they've done this like literally this one cover 20 fucking years ago. Check this shit out. Like let's do a thing, dude.
Just a cool Dr. Doom late print. This is the second print for number 3 in his series. Love that cover.
What was the first print similar to that? It was totally different design.
No, I think this was a panel out of the, you know how they were
out of the interiors. Yeah. That's cool.
Comic-Con, Comic-Con box. San Diego Comic-Con had a mystery box for about a year or so. There are some really hard to find
on his face
variant covers. This is the first appearance of Kushala. This is the Doctor Strange
like Jonathan
and the Sorcerer Supreme. But just keep your eyes out for Comic-Con box variants. They did a bunch of them. I wouldn't say this is. I don't want to get you in trouble or anything, but there's really nothing showing.
Ooh.
Okay.
Hey, so what's her name?
Kara Nicole. She had a Whatnot stream, so she was selling stuff. And I know this one goes for a good amount, so I just, hey, you got any of those Ahsokas? And she did. And
what book is that?
Fire Bitch. Fire Bitch number 1.
Put it back in your pants there, bud.
Fire, all right.
Fire Bitch number 1.
Calm down, Josh. Calm down.
I dig it.
I chase these when I can find them.
All right, brother.
I'm looking forward to if we ever hear anything about Excellence.
Listen, Excellence is a great pickup series right now, guys.
This is the third print of number 1. Just a cool copy.
There's 1 in 10s for that issue 1 that are fucking hard to find.
I love that Marvel fanfare.
I love this cover. I love it. I've been focused on some of those old fanfare covers. I love this one, Strike Force Morituri, the We Who Are About to Die, that team.
Who did the cover?
Yeah. I don't know.
That's clean for 90s. That's late 90s, right?
80s. This was 80s.
No shit. No way.
80s, yeah. A newsie, but
who did the cover on that? That's good. That's like really
I don't
good.
remember. It? Strike Force Morituri. It's like a team where all of them have like a ticking clock. I mean, they're all gonna die, so they go on. I don't know. They go on.
They have their limited timeline. Yeah. That's cool.
I think it was just a 12 issue or something like that.
I like that. That's good long-term spec. I think that's a good spec.
I don't know. I just thought that was so awesome. Terminator number 11.
You got no board on it. You don't think it's that good?
Covers.
There's no board in that bag.
No, I know. Yeah. One of my favorite bling covers from the 90s. That is my favorite little Chromium Guardians 25. Love that thing.
That is a great book.
Such a good cover.
Nobody ever talks about the Dark Knights anymore, but the Red Death was my favorite of that run. First appearance of the Yellow Death.
Yep. And that's the embossed foil or the foil. Yeah.
Yep. Long Short and I have been chasing Silent Hill books recently. So these little minis. These are still stupid cheap, like less than $20. You can get these little. I think it came with the DVD.
Ashies. Yeah.
This one I pick up. They're still cover price. This was just from a couple years ago. Swamp Thing 8. This is the first appearance of Hedera, Hedera. He shows up on the cover on number 9, but it's an antagonist. It's a guy, basically antlers. It's a sick killer looking villain.
So what's the importance there? What's the spec?
Is there any spec as a modern antagonist? First appearance of this.
First AP.
Pull up an image sometime of Hedera from Swamp Thing, and it'll take a while for Swamp Thing to get developed, I think, but if it ever happens, that'd be nice. First art by Tula Lotte.
Ooh,
number 14. First comic art. Tula.
Comic art. Yep.
That is cool.
Are usually cheap when you can find them.
Josh, you like suspiciously disappeared at the exact same time as somebody else. Like, I don't want to say nothing, but like, I'm just saying it. Like, listen, if you guys want to send each other nudes, you can totally do that and not leave the stream. Like, there's a separate channel for that. Like, me and Brian, I send Brian nudes? Like, I send him 8 or 9 every show. We've got our own. We have a separate stream for that. You don't have to log out. Like, it's just a tab. It's a tab, bro. You know, the top of your website, right? There's so you got your Google and you got your X videos, right? Your porn page. And then you got your other stuff, and then you got the tab for the stream, and then you can have another live tab, right? So Josh, you can have another live tab.
Yep.
Where it's just you guys, and then you can send your nudes there, brother. You don't have to log out here. Because like I watch X videos, like anytime Brian's talking, I'm watching fucking 2 Girls 1 Cup, right? And same with Tony.
Anyhow,
but
I'm gonna go on record. I'm gonna say this is the best John Hughes Phoenix cover.
Yeah,
I think for John Hughes, this is his best Phoenix work. I think he's done some other ones.
Adam Hughes, I agree 100%. The newsstand is very tough to find for that book. Yeah,
yes,
that's my favorite Phoenix cover. Is his too.
Yep. And back on the Silent Hill kick. IDW did these 1 in 10s. This isn't a first book. This is issue 1 of. They did like 5 or 6 different miniseries. This is Past Life, but these are ghosts, complete ghosts. Any of the 1 in 10s, any of the incentive ratio variants they did for Silent Hill books. I mean, you're talking
on all
4,000 copies. You know, so that's for comics. I got a few. I usually haunt Kickstarter, and we had a few Kickstarter things show up this week. So this is the Grim Universe Xenoscope.
I didn't know they had trading cards.
Yeah. Came with a little binder that's kind of cool.
Oh, nice.
Artwork with it. I just bought these to sell. I'm not going to crack them or whatever.
Tony, you want to sell that box, dude? I'll buy it. That's sealed?
It is sealed. I got a couple of them. Yeah,
I'll buy it.
We'll talk. They're the last one went on. Yeah, it was like $300 on eBay.
What is
that? I won't buy it. Never mind.
What is it?
The Grim Universe.
Oh yeah.
This was a Kickstarter release. And this was like $12. XFL. Back in whatever that was, 1997, something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's any players in there.
First year of the XFL, yeah.
But I mean, hell, for a sealed box for less than $15, why not?
Yeah.
Why not? I'll try to bring through this. This was another Kickstarter exclusive cover.
Baby.
Cult of Dracula.
That's beautiful.
Hey. Colt, baby.
The same one,
bro. That book's got fucking potential, brother. I got a whole look at that whole stack.
Brian, I got to blame this one on you, Brian. You guys talked about this a couple weeks ago. I had to jump on and go grab one.
Books of Magic, yeah.
I'm just too big of a Neil Gaiman fan. I gotta support. Another of my favorite '90s covers, that Parchment Hellstrom.
Yeah, I fucking love that shit.
Yeah. I don't know if anybody knows if there is a newsstand version of this. I mean, there's no little spider box. I don't know what maybe they didn't, because it's Hellstrom, maybe they didn't sell it.
So Tony, there's the foil.
Yep.
There's actually a non-foil.
Well, that one it's not a foil, it's a parchment. And it has blood red ink.
So they did the parchment foil and a parchment non-foil.
Okay.
And I think that was the differentiation between the trade dress and the newsstand, or the newsstand and the
right. But just logically speaking, if they did have a version of this that they sold newsstand, it would have to have a barcode on it, right? I mean, otherwise, how can a gas station or
you think so, but I don't think there's a newsstand. I've never seen one.
Unless it's on the interior or something like that.
I've never seen news. I've seen hundreds of copies of that book. I've never seen the newsstand.
Yeah, I'm gonna dig through that collection I was looking through again, and they had a bunch of those, so I'll double check because they had a bunch of those raw. So
I know. I've been buying a bunch of raws, and I have not found one yet. But
I'll show them a good book.
This is a twofer for me because this is X-23, our all new Wolverine. Love that, and that is like my favorite. Archangel used to be my favorite character of all time.
Yeah, hell yeah.
This is the trading card variant with the Jim Lee art. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. So cool. Yeah, I was trying to decide if I should. This is gonna look like a flex a little bit, but not too bad.
I got a flex beyond you. So
it's a lesson. It's a lesson. You know, we're talking about going to Stills Micah's page and picking up stuff that is sold out on eBay.
Yeah.
So Jimmy Palmiotti, who ran this Kickstarter a few years ago, recently this book, it hit the top 10 a month and a half ago, and there've been multiple sales, 1,500, 2,000, 2,500. He still had 2 of these on his website for a fraction of what they were going for.
Wow.
Congrats.
So I couldn't help myself.
Listen, I am a Hughes fan. That is my grail.
I'm so jealous, bro.
The Jennifer Lawrence variant.
Yeah, I'm so jealous of that.
But seriously, go to creators' websites, man. They just nobody thinks to go there. Everybody goes to Midtown and Mile High and Gmart and Tifa, and
he's not wrong.
Websites.
Like Stan Yak, I have 10 sets of Last Run of 5 that are going to Stan. They're going to get signed, remarked, and sold. Like we don't have any more, but that man's got more coming to him. You know, I mean, it's people don't realize it, but it's a thing. So pay attention.
Hey, Brian, just super quick. Did you? I tried to send you a message today. I heard back from Tori. Did you see that at all yet?
No.
Okay.
We can talk about that after. You want to talk about that after?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Who wants to go next?
Me. I have Rogues Gallery. I don't know if you guys heard.
Yes, we heard about this. Yeah, it was on the Hot 10.
Yeah. So let me tell you something that's great about me hearing about it. So here's Rogues Gallery. Here's a whole fucking slew of books, A's, B's, C's. Do you want to know something that's great about a book that comes out 3 months ago that gets picked up? Hive Comics was one of the first retailers to hit up Diamond and say, "Hey, Diamond, how many copies you got left?" And Diamond's like, "Oh, we got like 160 copies. Okay, cool. We'll buy them all."
Nice.
So we cleared out Diamond. We're them guys. So we have boxes and cases coming. We're not selling any of them because we want to get. We hate buyer's remorse. Buyer's remorse is the biggest killer for a retailer. So we ain't selling any of these. These are mine. I'll sit on them. Jonathan's sitting on his. We get the cases where they're sitting on them. We don't. People buy them from us for $20 because that's what we're going for right now, and then become $10 books later, right?
Yeah.
We don't like the buyer's remorse bullshit. So we'll sit on them. But in the meantime, Sneaky James was buying these. Whenever he's looking left, James is looking right, and James bought these.
Nice.
And I didn't just buy one.
He bought a ton.
Or 2. Or 3. Or 4. Or 5. Or 6. Or 7. Or 8. So there's like 24 copies here, guys. And they're all near mint. Except for the one I just dropped on the ground. That one's probably near minus.
Did you buy issue 2 also for First Gabby?
Oh, brother, I got issue 2s out the fucking asshole right now. So anyways, I just bought a shitload of those. So I basically cleared out eBay and every other clearinghouse of comics you can think of and bought them all. I bought them all.
Smart.
So because
sit on them. A lot of people are saying sit on those.
So listen, the young Marvel is the new Marvel for the next 20 years. It's a wave that can ride, and Gabby will find her way in there, and Gabby will be X-23, and Gabby, arguably, Gabby is way better of a character than Wolverine ever was. So fight me on it. That's fine. I'll pull out my 2 claws, pull out your 3, and we'll fight, and I'll win. But in the meantime, Brian. So this is Alessandro Michelli.
Oh,
I'm not giving this away.
That is beautiful.
But I'm going to commission a piece from Michelli. And when you hit 2,500, I'm going to commission a piece like tomorrow. I will commission a piece from Alessandro. When you hit 2,500, you will have a piece like this that will be going randomly off into the fucking universe.
Hey, there we go. That's what I'm talking about.
And my gift to your followers who've given us so much love throughout the last couple months.
Sub up, you guys. Sub up below.
Get your chance. Subscribe, whatever you got to do. And then Brian, like we were talking earlier, like we're gonna do some shit. We got
Baltimore coming up, you guys. Baltimore is going to be a lot of fun. We're all meeting up at Baltimore, so that's going to be a good time. New York City Comic Con's coming up. You guys are going to have to give us a little insight on New York City Comic Con next week.
I know, brother.
Yeah.
Where's Walter and where is
Waldo? Yeah.
That shit. So
Josh, you got any pickups?
Yeah, I got just a couple. So I got this guy.
Ooh,
that is cool.
Yeah, this is a Web of Evil 10 from Mexico.
Yeah.
I got to figure out what's going on with this. So the US one came out in 1954, and the date on the inside of this one is almost a year earlier than that one. So I'm assuming they just published the date wrong. What?
Josh, just sell it to me for 100. I'll take it right now. No research. No, you can't do any research. You just got to sell it to me.
I picked this up just because I thought the cover was cool. This is Twinkle Comics #1. This is from 1946 from Canada. Cool. So I just, it's a golden age Canadian book. I thought, really I don't know. Cool. It was neat. Really cool. Avengers 8 from the UK. So your That's first cool. King. Yeah, it's mag size. It's a big boy.
Big boy, yeah.
I like the colors better on that one.
I do too, dude. It fucking looks so good.
Silver Surfer 3 from the UK. Again, it's another big guy. It's mag size. Tomb of Dracula 1 from the UK.
That's sick.
Mag size. And then I picked up 2 of these ASM 238s from the UK, which also have a dark crystal feature on the inside of it. And then, this is what I was talking about earlier, because these are even bigger than magazine size. So
no way.
Yeah, these are in a magazine bag and board, and it goes out of the magazine bag and board. So, and that's it. That's all I got. It's short and sweet. Short and sweet.
So cool.
Awesome.
Well, I'm fucking angry because I just tried to put in 4 different redemption cards and only 2 of them took. And now I got to fucking call Topps again and deal with that. So, Topps, get your shit together, man. Just get your shit together. That's all I'm saying. That being said, ladies and gentlemen, we beat the 4 hour.
Dude, 4 weeks in a row now.
4 weeks in a row, over 4 hours. And it's almost 5 hours tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to every single one of you, and I appreciate it. We will see you guys next time. Adios.